challenge. Only 100 will survive the first cut. No technical games, no hidden fees, just pure racing. Honor is not given, it is forged. Will you stand apart? Rise among the 25. Register today. You don't build a tradition overnight. You earn it.
The Coca-Cola 600's underway.
This is a crown jewel race.
It's a 600-mile salute to those who have made the ultimate sacrifice.
It's do what we love because of the sacrifices that were made by our military heroes.
If you win this one, you'll carry it with you forever.
It's NASCAR's toughest test of man and machine.
It's the Coca-Cola 600, an American tradition.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the SimRacing Expo, fueled by D-Bots, again live here in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm absolutely delighted to welcome my next guest who just walked off a little bit there. He's coming now though. Of course, it is the absolute legend, Max Papis. How you doing, mate? You okay?
Awesome. Good to see you all, guys. You know, it's a pleasure to be here in Charlotte, and you know, we know each other for a while.
We do.
Luke, and it's awesome to see the enthusiasm of everyone here. Welcome to the Motor City. I've been living here for 30 years, so for who is not from Charlotte, you are in the mecca of motorsport. And it's amazing to see the enthusiasm that you guys have for sim racing, so thank you for being here.
Take a seat, let's get comfortable, shall we?
All
So
right, I don't know if I'm ready for this.
Well, neither am I. So you literally text me,
Actually,
grab yourself a Red Bull.
I might need that.
So you just literally texted me last night saying, I'm available to come on stage. So we've got a few points here. Let's talk about sim racing in general. The first time I met you was 2019, Indianapolis, at the 500. And I heard Max Papis is coming to the booth. I'm like, oh, God, nervous. Like, oh, absolute legend. Didn't know what to make of the whole situation. And you came in and you treated the sim racers like they were absolute legends. I remember Ollie Pakala and Bonnehouse, who are genuinely legends, by the way, in sim racing. You were just in awe of them, and I just couldn't kind of get my head around it. But it wasn't an act. I've seen it for the last 7 years, right? You genuinely are a big fan of sim racing.
I mean, you know, sim racing for me is very much what karting was for me when I started. You know, you got to start somewhere. If you have a passion for the sport, you want to practice, you want to be able to experience, you know, where you are. And for me, that's what sim racing is all about now. You know, and those guys that are excellent at it, they are excellent racer. You know, the fact is that in sim racing, you actually use the same tactile feeling, the same gesture on a real car. Say, you're a champion of, you know, NBA gaming, doesn't mean you are Kobe Bryant. You're a champion in iRacing, you might have a shot at making this a living for yourself. But I truly believe that in the next 10 years, there will be a championship that will be equivalent to a real championship, that will pay real money, there will be a real race car driver in sim racing, because I see the things evolved in the last 10 years, and it's just amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I think esports-wise, we're kind of just stuttering a little bit. I think we're kind of recovering from the boom of COVID, but we'll get there in the end, of course. And obviously, MPI, you know, well known now within the sim racing world. What made you decide, no, I have to get involved in this? I have to sort of bridge the gap between the equipment in the real world to sim racing.
I mean, first of all, MPI is the example of American dream. It started from my garage, you know, to improve the safety in racing, building 10, 20 steering wheel a year for top guys like Jimmy Johnson, Dale Jr., Jeff Gordon, and now we are USA market leader in racing, steering wheel, and accessories. What makes MPI special on the aesthetic side is the orange, bright orange trademark that comes from Richard Petty. That is our trademark. The old product made in Italy, the safety that we developed, and what we wanted to do, you know, I see kids here. You know, I was a kid like you. You know, I was just a kid that had a dream. I wanted to become something in life, and I wanted to give you guys the experience of being able to have the same unit that NASCAR guys, IndyCar guys, drifter have in their hand, and have them in your sim. So that, you know, maybe one day you will be here instead of me talking. You never know. Yeah, you.
How cool is this though, right? You know, obviously you've come to Germany a few times, and it's grown massively. But for our first ever event here in North America, I cannot believe actually how many people are
very impressed.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
I gotta
cool.
have to take my hat off to everyone here. You know, it's a gigantic effort, you know, to just be able to be here. So Sim Expo is here to stay, and I'm excited to see the enthusiasm of everyone, and it can only grow.
You talk about our gigantic effort. What about your gigantic effort to be here this weekend? Let's talk about your schedule this weekend, shall we?
Yeah, just for who doesn't know, like basically, what I do nowadays, I'm the chief steward for IndyCar. So tomorrow when you watch the Indy 500, Ari Lindike and I, we're going to be the two stewards.
That's quite a big race as well, right?
It's a little bit. Only 500,000 people, 400,000 people, something like that. So I was in Indianapolis yesterday for Carb Day, and I wanted to make sure I could come back here. I arrived back yesterday night. I will be here for a few hours in the MPI booth, so ready to hear or ask any questions. Be back home, to Indianapolis around 7 o'clock. But at the end of the day, I know that this sounds like it's a lot of effort, but I'm gonna bring this to all of you kids. If you want something, do it. Just do it. You know, doctor didn't tell me to jump on the plane. You know, I just, you know, there are people that talk and people that do stuff. That's the difference. You guys, you know, I hope that my journey and what I did coming from 800 people village, nothing, I mean like literally nothing, to go and race 9 races in Formula One, 120 races in IndyCar, IMSA champion, 21 Daytona 24-hour, 9 Le Mans, 120 NASCAR races. It was created by the will that I had to achieve my dreams. So all of you guys can achieve the same goal and dream in different way. It happened that I had a God gift. I used my God gift. I became a race car driver. But you know, you can do it in many different ways in life. And I hope that my journey, you know, give you guys something, because that's what I hope that can give to the young people.
Well, I promise you guys we will have a real in-depth conversation about your career later this year. But when you say you were in a village, 800 people, how does that story start? Where did you start to become a racing driver?
I mean, it's a very simple story. I wanted it more than anyone else. I lived 3 miles from one of the best engine tuners in the world, go-kart.
Yeah.
I took my bicycle every day when I was 12 years old, went to him, cleaned the floor. It happened that this gentleman was the engine tuner and mentor of Ayrton Senna. Ayrton put me under his wing. He became my mentor. He paid for my career. My dad could help me a little bit, not a lot, but he could. So between Senna, my dad, my people, me going around, and I based everything on success. I know that nowadays, social media, yes, it's important. Social media is secondary part from the success you have on track. Social media is a loud speaker for the success you have. It shouldn't be the primary things. What I did, I based all my career on being great on the track, talking to people, show them that I had good values, and that I stand behind what I said, and relentless, basically. You know, we are in the United States. You know, I'm Italian, as you can hear from my accent, right? You know, at 16 years of age, I was living in Germany. At 19, I was living in Japan. At 20, I went by myself in England. I packed my stuff after Formula One. I came over here to US. So for me, it's just a journey of life. You know, if you want to, you know, I knew I had a God gift. I knew where I was standing on the pecking order, and I knew that in order to honor my God gift, I had to squeeze every juice out of the lemon I had in my hand. So that's what I did.
And it doesn't stop for you ever. I think for the whole of your life, it's going to be motorsport, because I say the kids, the young men now in the family are all racing as well. Like, wow, what a family.
Listen, you know, I tell my son Matteo that he's 17 years old and he's inspiring to become a pro, that the best things you can do is going out there, be serious, be a kid when it's time to be a kid, but then be a serious guy when it's time to be a serious guy. Prove that, you know, everyone here can prove that this is not a game. You know, this is a platform for success in the future, or it can be a game as well. You know, you can do it and use it in many different ways. So I'm so excited about being here, because when I look at this, I wish so much I had an opportunity like this when I was 14 years old.
Yeah,
it would have been a dream.
It's ridiculous, right?
Yeah, I mean,
it's a different world.
Think about it. The dream of being able to have in your room a car. That's basically what a sim race, that's what it is. I mean, it's like, I would have, I cannot even imagine.
Do you know what? My favorite memory of you, and I'm sure you won't mind me saying this, we had an event in Vegas, and a driver got a little bit upset, and I've never seen someone change their persona in an event more so than this driver, because you went over to him and just said, "Winners don't cry," like that, and it snapped him out of it, and then he went ahead. He came second, but he was nowhere near the front end. And your, I guess, not empathy, it was, the way you said it was quite empathetic in a way, because you didn't mean any harm by it, but it was a case of like, you are one of the best in the world right now, and you need to figure that out.
Listen, the best things that I've been coaching William Byron, since William was 15 years old. I've been guiding him. I call myself performance advisor. And maybe the best way that I can tell you is this. I raced 112 IndyCar races. I won 3 of them. Did I lose the other 99 or whatever the number is? No. I learned. Or you win, or you learn. Or you win, or you learn. Many people are great at finding excuses. Me, I'm extremely tough on myself. And if you accept that you cannot be the winner all the time, but you can get to a place and improve yourself, your life is done. You're going to be great in life. If you blame the setup, the tire pressure, the engine, and this, you're not going to go very far in life.
It's pretty simple, right?
Accept what belongs to you, pass on what doesn't belong to you, and be knowledgeable of where you are and your ability, and respect everyone else. Respect doesn't mean being soft. I'm a tough guy when I'm on the track. I'm actually maybe too tough. But at the end of the day, it's you gotta want it, and not when you do your sport only. The preparation before, the wheel, like what you just told me, what I'm proud of is that, yes, you knew what I've done in my sport, right? But what you liked was more who I am.
Yes.
And to me, that's what, at the end, what I learned about Ayrton when he was here, how amazing person he was the friend that he was for me, the mentor he was for me, but how tough he was on the racetrack. So you can have the 2 persona living in the same body. It's enough that you know when to wear different hats.
And finally, over the last 10 years, let's use that as the time frame, what has been the changes in people's opinions and attitudes from the real paddock towards sim racing?
I mean, we wouldn't be here if we would not think that sim racing is worth it, the effort, if it wouldn't be a business, and if we would not be making a difference towards the young generation. 15 years ago, this was an abstract thought. This is reality now. It's the present. Sim racing is the present of the sport. I believe that everything will go towards simulation. Will the real car still be the dominant factor? Of course. But there are 33 NASCAR guys this weekend. Here there are 33,000 people that can experience. So I believe that it's going to give opportunity to a lot more people, a lot of young Macs that never had a shot to be able to expose themselves. And if I could tell you now that in a lot of NASCAR team, IndyCar team, there are positions for sim drivers.
Yeah.
Like my nephew, Pietro Fittipaldi, is currently the Cadillac F1 sim driver. So what I'm saying is that there are a lot of opportunity, besides what you see right now, depending on how much you want to take the sim sport and how serious you want to take it and how dedicated you are. But that's basically the way you are in life, I believe.
Absolutely. Well, Max, thank you so much for your time. Very impromptu, of course, but I wish you the very best of luck for the weekend, and hopefully you enjoy the rest of the show.
And guys, I just want to tell you how grateful I am to be able to be here. I have a tremendous relationship with my friends of iRacing that we built it over 15 years ago. We have platform that I never had when I was a young kid. Use it. Use it to dream. And I think that this is an amazing opportunity to dream big and make something happen. So proud to be here and glad to be part of the sport. Thank you, guys.
Excellent stuff there from none other than Max Papis. We'll be back very, very shortly after some messages from our partners, where we're going to be hearing from local hero, Garret Lowe.
Hi everybody, welcome back on stage of SimRacing Expo 2026 right here in Charlotte, fueled by D-Box. My name is Matt and we're heading into the next stage channel. And well, what can I say? We just heard the inspiring words of Papis just recently, and he said sim racing nowadays is for him what kart racing was back in the days. Basically a foundation for like fulfilling the dream of becoming a real world race driver. And I think like pretty much everybody, especially the younger visitors over here, are dreaming this dream. And if you're into this dream, this next stage panel might be something for you, because we have a local legend becoming a real live racing driver coming from sim racing, Mr. Garret Lowe. Learned to compete in iRacing at the Hall of Fame and now to be a real live race driver. So it is some story, but who better to tell that story than the man himself? Please enjoy now the video content of Mr. Garret Lowe.
I was a pretty big NASCAR kid, for sure. I had tons and tons of die-cast little 164s. Had them all lined up by team, by driver, all of it. So very sorted, but yeah, I was a big NASCAR fan. Jimmy Johnson, of course, because it was Lowe's at the time, and I thought that was really cool. So NASCAR Hall of Fame was actually pretty important to kind of me getting into racing and sim racing. Actually, it was a birthday present to go to the NASCAR Hall of Fame for my 12th birthday, and kind of just fell in love with the simulators. Ended up spending most of the next year running all the different tracks at the NASCAR Hall of Fame simulators and trying to figure out how to drive. And yeah, so 13 years old, I got my own iRacing subscription. And yeah, it kind of took off from there. But yeah, the NASCAR Hall of Fame was a huge part of that. Yeah, at that age, I definitely already kind of dreamt about becoming a race car driver. I was pretty dead set, definitely NASCAR. That was all I really cared about. So for sure, I wanted to be a NASCAR Cup Series champion. That was kind of the childhood goal, childhood dream. As a teenager, it became more of how do I get there, and sim racing became that way. So the dream kind of shifted from real racing to sim racing when I realized we really couldn't afford to just jump into real racing. I also didn't come from a racing family, so we didn't know how to do it or what it takes. Didn't know anybody in the area. So I really just jumped into sim racing and tried to just develop as much of the skills I could, and honestly have a lot of fun with it. That was my only intention. It turned out that I was actually good enough to be at the pro level, and then that allowed me to dump that money back into my real racing and legend cars and then late models. My first sim racing equipment was a good old Logitech G27 wheel and pedals mounted on a desk, single monitor, all in one computer that didn't even have like a graphics card to it. Eventually, about a year and a half later, I upgraded to full triples. Still on a desk though. I raced on a desk for about another 4 years on a G27. So that was kind of my starting point, and I stuck with it for a while. I guess I realized I could probably turn sim racing into a viable career about 2020. The COVID boom kind of exploded sim racing to a different market level that previously it hadn't been. It had been important, but it hadn't been that important. And that put a lot of emphasis on the pro level, as well as the prize money went up. The contracts went up, and it was really helpful for me to see that was an opportunity. So yeah, it was about 2020. Yeah, so getting to the eNASCAR level, first of all, it's insanely difficult. I had done a year before in the iRacing Rallycross World Championship Series in 2018. I think I finished 6th in that championship while I was qualifying for eNASCAR. And yeah, the championship level is just something completely different. I don't think people understand. It's the top 1% of the 1%. It truly is the best guys in the world. Not only driving the cars, but setting them up, crew chiefing. The best in the sim world end up at the top. The mentality at the NASCAR level, at the pro level, it's so high. I mean, a lot of guys get in a real car and they're like, wow, this is way easier. Some guys say it's more nerve-wracking to qualify for any NASCAR race than it is to get in a real car. I've definitely felt some of that before. It's an odd feeling. I try to describe it, but it's almost like you have to feel it, just the differences. But for sure, I mean, it's really, really hard. My first big win was technically the Rallycross World Championship 2018. That was the first pro level win I ever had. Kind of shocked myself, honestly shocked everybody. I think I was the youngest feature winner for the next 2 or 3 seasons. So
drama for your race leaders on the final lap. Mitchell Young, I do not think to be happy at all as the Joker goes to Garret Lowe.
Garret Lowe should take victory with all that contact. Garret Lowe with Joker on the final lap will end up victor of round 5 of the iRacing Rallycross World Championship Series. The Fusion Racing driver, in the end, the timing screen's still updating. It's shuffled all over the place. Zelensky with a Joker on the final lap in 3rd. Remember, we had those 5 cars who didn't take to the Joker, all taking to it on the final lap. Heikkinen will end up in 2nd, Young in 4th, Guest in 5th. These are your unofficial race results. Replay on screen there at the final lap here. So here's Young to the tarmac section. Heikkinen to there, and there's Garret Lowe, the Fusion Racing driver. All unscathed and takes victory, Randy. Something that we knew those drivers had the Joker, but of course with all the banging and bumping and the battling between Young and Heikkinen, they lost a lot of time.
that was kind of my first big win, but the big one, the one I wanted really bad, was my first Oak Series win.
He's got a small advantage. The 46 of Mullis is pushing him. The 16 of Overland still on the inside, but no support. He gets sideways. Overland slides up and turns Keegan Leahy. He'll reckon it's a big crash at a turn 2, but who can pick up the pieces down the back straightaway? It's a drag race with a handful of cars trying to make it to the end, blocking all the way to the inside, as here comes the 30 of Blake Reynolds down on the inside of the 28 of Garret Lowe. Side by side. Overland watching from 3rd, tries to find a way through. He'll go to the middle line to the outside, and in a 3-wide finish, it is Garret Lowe, winner at Michigan.
What a way to pick up your first win. Garret Lowe going to victory lane. Overland did everything that he could to try to pick up that victory, but falling just a little bit short.
Yeah, and that win for me felt like it was, the best thing. It was 3-wide finish, photo finish, a green-white checker restart. I mean, it had all the makings of just, a huge moment. It turned out really well, and it was crossing the line was kind of a huge sense of relief. Like, finally, I got that first win, but just pure excitement of getting it done. So 2024 eNASCAR changed a little bit for me. It changed my life, honestly. I got put in contact with Ford in advanced competition when they were looking for drivers to the free agency process in the Coca-Cola series. And I kind of had a friend of a friend that's like, hey, you need to look at this team and take it very serious. And I'd seen the success in the roadside, and I was like, okay, this could be really, really cool. And just being able to talk with Flores, it was like, all right, this is easy deal. Like, this is first option, first choice. The biggest change for me at first to join BS Plus competition was not really in my first season. It was when we went to the Prodigy Racing League. And I was on the BS competition team. That was actually when really things started changing, because it kind of finished the transition of virtual to real racing for me, and kind of solidified myself as the hybrid racer. But yeah, I mean, that was the biggest change. At first it wasn't, but once we got there, it sure did. So when I joined BS Plus competition, I definitely saw there was some opportunity to not only advance my sim racing career as a driver, as an engineer, like there was just opportunities there, but also moving into real world racing. There were definitely, in my opinion, it just looked like the great place to be for me. Yeah, the first conception of the idea of me stepping in a European stock car, a NASCAR European stock car, was kind of just out of left field. I remember I was like sitting at my desk at my job at that time, and did this message like, hey, this is going on. Like, what do you think? And I said, I mean, sounds kind of crazy, but yeah, like, let's figure it out. Let's do it. And yeah, everybody at the NASCAR Euro Series, the BS Plus competition was like, all right, we're going to figure this out. We're going to do it. And yeah, I went to the first test, and kind of the rest has been history.
This is really, really fun.
Yeah, so the recruitment test was December of 2024. I'd never been to Europe, really not much outside the US either. So for me, it was a big cultural shock of like, oh boy, like I'm kind of out in the deep water. But it ended up being a really cool experience to just be somewhere where I could still be a race car driver, still be a pro at what I do. So it was kind of like once I got the racetrack, I'm back in my comfort zone. It's not really like a fish out of water feeling. So yeah, it was really cool. But yeah, be able to just strap in the race car and figure it out on the first day was probably the best thing for me. I don't think when I was driving at the test, I don't believe I was ever like a moment where I was like, absolutely, this is going to happen. I think this would be the best thing. I thought it would be the best thing, but I didn't think, oh yeah, this is going to happen. I didn't have it like written down in stone until I kind of got home and we figured out, okay, this went really well. Kind of reviewed lap times. There was a lot of chatter behind the scenes about like, this went really well. I think a lot of people were kind of shocked, but yeah, I think from there we kind of came to a reality of we could really do this. We find the right partners and obviously have the right team to do it. So yeah, it became a reality once we tried to figure out how to make a season app.
Setting that up, coming out of the final corner, moves up into 6th position, and this time it looks definitive.
'25 was my first full NASCAR season over here in Europe, and I'd run legend cars, had a national championship, but had never had the funding to run every race every year and go where we wanted to. Stepped into a late model, ran a full-time season at the bare minimum. That's all we did, and was able to just gain experience. But it was never nothing I could ever take to a next level. But I'd been sim racing for so long at the same time that I was able to use skills back and forth to eventually put me in a position to be able to be competitive in the NASCAR Euro Series.
Lowe, though, has a nose ahead. Can he get it stopped to try and make that move up into third? No, he's a bit earlier on the brakes there than Chrysonis. He tries to hold on, though, around the outside. He converts it to the inside for turn 2. That was fabulous racing from Garret Lowe. I honestly thought with the earlier braking into turn 1 that the move was off, but there he is, back into third place. Garret Lowe with a very, very clever piece of racecraft there, up into third position.
Yeah, so I'd say the biggest difference between the U.S. motorsports scene and over here NASCAR Euro Series is honestly the vibe. People call this kind of a weekend party. For the crew guys, it's not. They're here like almost all night. But for the fans and the drivers, you're having so many different cultures in one location for weekends. Not only drivers, but fans coming from across the country, across Europe, to come see this. It creates an atmosphere that's very unique to this series, but it's really, really cool. It's nothing you'll ever see inside the U.S., but for the fans, it is a big weekend party. So my expectations going into the 2025 season, first season in Europe, was I wanted to finish on the podium just once. That was my main goal, but I also wanted to be top 3 overall for the season in junior division, drivers under 25 in pro. And yeah, it was the first time in Moss when we finally got that podium was kind of it's a big relief. I think everyone else was more excited than I was because they saw the potential finally fulfilled. I was more like, okay, I really, really, really want to win now. And that was all I could see. So yeah, we're knocking on the door to get there to the top step of the podium, but getting the first one was really important. The only goal that I feel like I didn't hit was top 5 overall in the championship. That was the goal I set. And I think we ended up 6th last year. So by like 2 or 3 points, it was really close. So for me, that was a little disappointing, but overall we accomplished every other goal we set. Yeah, so having partners like SimRacing Expo and BS Plus Competition to drive home the point that sim racing to reality is not only a career path, but something that is doable for a multitude of drivers was huge for our team. Not only having them at the track, but also the support behind the scenes at the SimRacing Expo, blending reality and sim racing was really, really cool. And I think we met a lot of people throughout the year that not only surprised to hear the story, but also when they went to the SimRacing Expo, they were surprised to see a real race car. So yeah, it was really cool.
Hold the starting button until it's on. Yep.
Yeah, so being a hybrid racer it's really about using the skills you learn in the sim in real world racing and learning the skills you use in real world back in sim racing. For me, that's truly what a hybrid racer is. There are some guys that are, a casual sim racing fan or casual sim racing driver Monday through Thursday, and Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they go to the racetrack and they're a real race car driver. For me, being at the pro level and sim racing for so long, I've had to take these skills to real world to be successful. But at the same time, with my engineering degree, being at the racetrack so much, learning data, learning analytics, watching video, coaching other drivers, I've also taken that back in and pressed it back into what I do in the sim world. And it was, for a while, it was probably the biggest reason why I was being able to continue my real world racing career, was I was being able to get new opportunities based on the fact I had skills that others hadn't been able to build yet. The best sim racing skill, I would say, that transfers to real world racing most likely is the racecraft. And I say that as lightly as I can because a lot of people associate sim racing with just driving through people, dive bombs in turn 1. But when you have a good group of pro level drivers that can kind of lean on each other in a sim race, that is so far above what most people see. When I talk about racecraft, that's the type of racecraft I think that really transfers into real world racing, where you are leaning on other cars, you're learning to use the bumper. That kind of thing at the sim level is really hard to learn, but like I said, at the pro level, it is something you learn very quickly. and I think it's a skill that translates very well. So a lot of people, when they talk about real world racing and the skills you need from sim racing, that people ask, what do you take back to the sim? For me, the compartmentalization of being in the race car, you go out on a formation lap, you get to the grid, and then you have 45 minutes of autographs and fans where you were just in your perfect headspace. Now you have to get out of the car and be the personable person and sign autographs, have conversations, and then get back right in the race car. You have 2 minutes to basically lock yourself mentally and get back at it. And that's a skill that is very hard to develop, but using that from real racing actually can help your sim racing too. And I think over the last couple of years, that's been something that's helped me. So the mindset for our second season here in NASCAR Euro Series is to go for a championship. It's a pretty lofty goal. I think bare minimum, I want a podium at the end of the season, championship standings. For me, I think that's where we belong. I think it's what I'm capable of, what team's capable of. We can definitely do it, but we really also want to win a championship. So we're going to do everything we can this season to make it happen. Yeah, so comparing 2025 as a whole season, the biggest thing I feel like I improved on was just working with my engineers and my crew, being able to develop, obviously languages can be a barrier sometimes with guys that may only speak German or Dutch or not much English at all, or they speak perfect English. And so making sure I can communicate effectively with every person on my team, and the little shorthand or the gestures or like anything that can make our life a little easier, especially when you're in a time crunch. Practice is 30 minutes, 2 30-minute sessions. You got to be ready and in the car. And making sure you're using all your track time. So yeah, I mean it's really important, the communication, but we've come a long way. Yeah, so the connection with the sim racing world and the real racing world, especially the SimRacing Expo, we had probably 5 or 6 real race cars there this year from different teams, different series across Europe. That was really cool to see, and a lot of people were really interested to learn more about the Euro Series because it was so radical to the sim racing scene. But yeah, having that community, building a community based on motorsports is almost the core of sim racing, So it's something that I think it's easy to do. It's easier said to do than it is done, but it is cool when it comes together. Yeah, so having the SimRacing Expo in Charlotte, North Carolina for the first time is really cool. I'm extremely disappointed I don't get to be there because after being in Dortmund, it was an incredible experience, and I'm honestly super excited for everyone in North America and the United States that gets to see it for the first time. It is an experience unlike any other. It has a trade show feel, but it has a community feel, and you meet people that you've raced with online for years and probably have never even known. And so that part was also really cool for me, to meet guys I've raced across differing sims, different series, whatever it is. Other guys have similar stories to me of getting into real world racing. It is really cool, and I hope everybody enjoys it, even though I don't get to.
One more breath, one more round. You come too far to back down now. Dig deep, stand tall, no fear, no mercy. This is the grind, this is the moment. Showing what you're made of.
Marco Ercoli on the outside, huge contact between the two Italians. The entire front 2 rows of the grid have been wiped out. A litany of good reasons for that. Oh, Toppel, he gets the grass, he's going to run out wide. Garret holds on to second place.
So what would I tell myself if I was tell myself as a teenager about my life right now? I would probably go back, probably tell myself to work just as hard as I do, but also enjoy it. I can tend to be the guy that just works and works and works and works and doesn't enjoy the good moments, always looking for the next thing. I think telling myself, okay, enjoy the wins, enjoy the podiums, enjoy the championships, instead of always looking for the next.
Hi everybody, welcome back on stage of SimRacing Expo 2026 right here in Charlotte, fueled by D-Box. And I just wanted to mention that Donovan Strauss is right now giving a signing session right there at the eNASCAR booth. So head over there and then head back to the stage because we are heading to our next content creator roundtable right now. So please everybody, welcome on stage Mr. Dan Killian, Tom Brower and Stormalina aka Belle Wells. There you go guys. Good to have you here. Hi, how you doing? Hi. Oh my God. Make yourself comfortable. And I will have a seat as well. How are you guys doing?
Very good.
Very good. That's nice. That's nice. So for the audience, maybe would you be so kind to just introduce yourselves quite quickly and tell about what you're doing and what you love about sim racing? Maybe you're first.
So my name is Tom. I do content creation in sim racing, but not just any content creation. I do live shows. I always like to call them no streams, but shows, because I like to make them into an actual kind of like watching F1 or an actual real life broadcast from start to finish, making sure that people are entertained and don't have enough time to go and have a drink in between. So I'm sure you're going to see a couple pictures as well, but I've got a really cool studio at home, which I'm sure we'll talk a lot about.
I'm Belle Wells, Stormalina. I mostly do live streaming on Twitch and YouTube, just racing around, mostly having fun on the Sims and exploring all the racetracks. Can get a little serious with some competitions and time trials, but mostly just having a good time.
Which is a good thing, I think.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Dan Killian. I try to make realistic sim racing content and bring the experience to life through first-person viewing camera. So, like the GoPro setup, I'll strap one to my forehead and basically create this augmented experience and pull race components like button boxes, LED profiles, and pull them into the actual simulation. So as I'm filming that, I make it look as realistic as possible. I get questions all the time, is that VR? So it's not VR, it's a triple screen setup, and what you guys see is almost as realistic as it gets.
It's beautiful. Talking about realisticness, so I want this to be not an interview, but more of a talk, like respond to each other, feel free to discuss. Don't fight, be nice and gentle, but yeah. So maybe let's talk firstly about SimRacing Expo. How do you like it so far? What are your impressions?
I mean, it's awesome. I was not expecting the very first one in the USA to be so large. I think you guys haven't been to the one in Germany yet,
no.
But I'm from the Netherlands, so it's like my backyard, basically. It was a longer flight here than for you guys, but it's large, it's huge. It's like basically the same as what we have in Germany a couple years ago. And I can imagine with all you guys here, with all the support, it's only going to get bigger. So, and it's so cool to see as well, so many people like from all over the world being so excited, so passionate about sim racing. Whether you're here as a newcomer, just trying out some simulators to try and see what you're gonna have at home, or like the diehards like me a little bit, really with the motion setups and everything like that. So yeah, it's honestly a pleasure and an honor to see so many people come out and support something that we are so passionate about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like a kid in the candy store walking around trying all the different things. I've never tried a motion rig before, so that was like shocking to get in and hit a barrier.
I'll give you a try later.
Yeah, the spider thing, I need to try that. That looks incredible. I've never felt anything like that. Even the active pedals that vibrate when all of the feedback, and it's amazing to try all the stuff and sample everything. It's quite fun.
Yeah, it far exceeded my expectations. This is a much bigger turnout than I ever expected. I've been to a few sim expos before, and this is definitely one of the largest I've seen, especially, I mean, not in comparison to Germany, of course, much smaller scale, but if you compare this, you know, a few years ago I was talking to a few people, it's exponentially grown here in the US, and sim racing has definitely taken off. It's a much larger footprint here in the US, and it's pretty incredible to see how much it's grown. And getting able to meet everybody here in person as well. It's amazing.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Also seeing it growing in Germany and gives me like kind of an impression how it could become here eventually, like in a few years. So this is already very amazing. Thank you so much to all of you for being here and enjoying this and participating.
I gotta say as well, actually, the crowd here in the USA is a lot better. I think compared to Germany, you know, maybe like 5 people came up to me, like everyone's shy. There we go, come on now. But here, everyone is like so open, and I mean, you guys are coming in clutch, because today I've been stopped going to the toilet, everything. It's crazy over here. You guys are awesome.
That's beautiful. Thank you for sharing. So, Killian, let's dive into your rig maybe, because that is just the thing. It's an absolute masterpiece. Let's say we have a picture over here.
Yeah.
Maybe we can click through some of them. Maybe you can talk us through.
What you guys see here, I've built this out to, when I go to races, I take a lot of pictures of the interior of cars. I also have a lot of inspiration from this YouTuber. He's overseas. His name is Race Beyond Matter. Now, a few of you guys, I don't know if you guys heard of him before. A few guys, yeah. What he had done, I saw this a few years back, and I was watching a YouTube video, and this guy, he was doing content with his camera, and I was watching this video. I was 100% convinced that what he was racing in was a real car. So I was watching this, and then I saw him get out of the rig. He stepped up, and he had this scope of this simulation rig, and you could see the screens, you could see the button box, you could see everything outside of it, and I was like, maybe I could try to replicate something similar to that. So
it's real.
Fast forward, I mean, this was years ago. I started on a Logitech G29, just like everybody. The war story, right? We all started on a belt-driven system, and then we all go from the rabbit hole from there. But my rabbit hole apparently went a lot deeper than most, trying to create this insane, realistic setup and bring that experience almost to a lifelike reality. So as I'm filming this content, it really tricks your brain to make it feel like, man, am I here right now? Like after a few laps, it's very, very convincing. But yeah, it's obviously turned into something quite impressive over the years. So
I think so too.
Amazing.
How long did it take you?
I've been doing this for about 6 years. I really been doing the more realistic setup for only about maybe 3 years. But it was a lot of trial and error to try to make this mesh and look more realistic. So the interior of this, the most important thing that I have done is the Philips Hue lighting. So what that Philips Hue lighting does is it brings the external environment of the simulator and it brings it inside the car. So if there's lightning, if there's a storm outside, those lights will flash inside the car. Or if you're going through sunset, it'll create the exact color temperature of the sun inside the car, so it really brings the atmosphere of the actual simulation. Like you're seeing it all over your arms, and you're like, "This must be VR, right?" So that was my passion, and I love doing that, man. It's just bringing that experience to a realistic level.
Very immersive.
It is, right? Are you thinking about having that as well? Something like that? Are you thinking about having something like that as well?
My husband definitely is. I would love that. I'm not quite sure how I'm not very technologically literate, but he is, and that's his dream.
Okay, then maybe like dive into your dream. Like let's look at a little video one more time. The sim rig of yours, Killian, and then see you over here. Okay, so this was supposed to be a highlight video, but maybe, yeah, over here we go.
Your heart is racing. Don't kill anyone, don't kill anyone! Okay. Don't kill anyone. Faster.
Go left.
Oh God, oh my God! I should be dead. I think I'll die. Yeah, I'm on a desk. Oh, I'm in reverse!
You got it. Right car on the right. Go right.
Oh! Oh no! Oh no. Sorry.
Well, maybe because it's a rookie series, they have done
with your cat in the background. It's just crazy.
Oh God. Okay.
Go left. Go right.
Oh God. Swore. Oh, good God. Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no. What the? No. 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 Oh my God, they're everywhere. Oh my God, everybody's stuck. All right. Uh-oh.
You're on the left. Look out for the pit speed limit.
God, am I gonna make it now? Super boost of the century. The best track. Ladies first, sir. Oh my God. Farewell. Farewell. It's great racing with you, sir. Yeah, we use my like cat stand to clip stuff onto it. Not quite as high tech as yours.
But it's, honestly, it's basically you bringing the fun to sim racing somehow, right? I see the people smiling, you as well. How do you like the content?
That's awesome. I actually, we were talking about this before, but I actually did commentary on Storm Malina before. I was like, where do I recognize you from? But she did some online races that I actually did some commentary on. I think it was Twitch Rivals.
Yes, Twitch
like
Rivals.
Official competition.
That was fun.
You earned some money with that one as well.
I did, yeah. I've had some fun opportunities
you
for
were
sim
quick,
racing.
you were quick.
Absolutely, and I think it's very entertaining, obviously. So yeah, we see you like giggling your way through the races somehow. When and how and why did you decide to create content, and what do you love most about it?
I love everything about sim racing. It's just so fun. It feels way more, it's like the best video game I've ever played, but it also can transfer over into really competitive things. I don't really stream when I get kind of competitive, but I had the opportunity to do some stuff for Red Bull and Rocked in some time trials. And I did like 1,000 laps at Donington, just lapping F4 with over and over and over. And then I also like the other side where you can just have fun with your monitors on the picnic table. And
yeah.
But we got into it during COVID. My husband was watching Jimmy Broadbent and Matt Malone, I think, some YouTubes, and was like, this looked pretty fun. Should we get a wheel? And he got a Logitech. And I was like, you have to promise to put it away every night because it takes up a lot of room in our bedroom. And then we ended up actually getting rid of the bed in there, getting more of a rig. It doesn't go away every night. I'm on it for like 6 hours a day. He has to ask if I'll share.
Beautiful.
And it's really, we got into it and haven't looked back. I just go deeper and deeper.
And then you decided to put the camera on.
Decided what?
And then you decided to switch the camera on.
Yeah. He wanted to test our computer that he just built to see if it could handle streaming, and we never turned it off.
You just mentioned already, and we see you there in the Oracle Red Bull Sim Racing gear. So what was this initiative all about?
Sorry?
What was this initiative all about, like the Red Bull?
It was for getting girls on track. It was a competition for females. And it was really, I think, I think Rocked was trying to get more females in the space. Mm-hmm. And they did something like it a year ago as well. They're still kind of new. But I think they're trying to get more females into the sport and make it more inclusive.
So it's great that you do it and to have you here. Obviously, everybody likes that.
Yes.
Let's go a little bit further. Oh yeah, beautiful over here. Tom, you made history as one of the first sim racers without real-world racing experience to drive a real Formula One car. Tell us more.
Yeah, dude, that's me.
No way.
That's you.
Yeah, in the car, not
with
outside.
With the helmet?
Right there, inside of the helmet. It was crazy. It was. I've been an ambassador for Alpine for a while, no longer, but during my time there, I was able to drive in a real F1 car. That car you're seeing right now is the Lotus E20 that Kimi Räikkönen drove. I could almost still feel or smell his sweat, you know, from the race he did when he won the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix in 2012, almost. I was able to do a few laps. Only 3, but still, those
awesome.
3 laps, like maybe 4 or 5 minutes or something, was the best of my life. To think that without any real life racing experience, I literally just drove on my simulator, a static simulator, like basically a simulator that anyone can get.
That's awesome.
I was able to. There you go.
Is
look at that on the track. Yeah, going. I mean, it doesn't look that quick right now, but it was quick. Like I remember getting out of the car, and I had completely green shoulders because obviously, like I mean, I don't look as I'm not as fat or whatever, but I'm not like fit. You know what I mean? So yeah, I definitely wasn't trained to do that. But for those 3 laps, I just about conquered it, but yeah, I definitely had to recover a bit, even after those 3 laps. It was incredible. The cool thing is being able to actually use the techniques that you use in sim racing. Like, for example, trail braking is a technique that if you're doing any sim racing, you probably have heard of before. Making sure you stamp it at first and then slowly release. I was able to do that. And before, you had to do a kind of a test, whether you could push enough pressure on the brake, because if you didn't put enough pressure, you could not stop the car, and they were not going to allow me in a car of probably $5 million.
Was it hard to push the brake?
Well, it was quite tough.
Take
It
some
doesn't
power?
move. It's like a rock,
Stiff.
basically. Very stiff. But because we all have like load cell brakes and stuff, sometimes even active pedals in the simulator at home, I was able to actually put way more pressure than the average Joe tried it out. So that was really cool.
How nervous were you?
Very, because I actually, at the same time as becoming the first sim racer in the world driving a real-life F1 car,
so
I
cool.
also announced it in beforehand that I was going to do it. And I still had to test to see whether I could actually, whether they were going to allow me to do it. So I was super nervous. We were able to drive a Formula 4 car before. And with that experience, they kind of looked at me. I had one moment where I thought, oh, I ruined it all. Because we had the test in the Formula 4. I made sure to, I got a bit of advice from the guys who were helping me. And he said, all right, Tom, you're braking a little bit late in the very first lap, the out lap, in turn 1. I was like, okay, don't worry, I got this. I'll brake a little bit earlier. First time out on track, on the out lap, brake full on, fully lock the brakes. I was like, it's over. I'm not going to drive the F1 car. So I had to apologize, say like, oh, I'm so sorry, I won't do it again. Luckily, as you can see, they allowed me in.
Really cool.
Wow, really. You too. How do you feel about that? Like, if there was an opportunity, you would be definitely getting into it, right?
Oh yeah, what a dream. I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine.
It's an incredible opportunity. I had a very similar experience with Podium 1, which I currently am at now, but Steve actually invited me out, and we were in a Radical and the SR3s, and that car is absolutely mind-blowing. The amount of downforce, the power, and how seemingly well iRacing and the simulation translates almost one-to-one with the actual car on track. It's quite impressive. This is extremely intense. It's a completely different experience on track. It's amazing.
I believe so.
To that point, I agree.
Yeah. But still, Max Papis was on stage before and said like how sim racing is nowadays the foundation for becoming a real life racing person, right? So do you feel the same about that? And also, do you dream about that, like secretly somehow?
I secretly dream about that.
Yeah. Shoot, it's great. I think it's nice. Okay, so let's maybe also dive into your rig, Tom.
Oh yeah. I mean, I enjoyed it so much. I had to get an actual F1 car myself as well at home. So this is actually my studio. So just like the other two, I do a lot of content. So doing live shows and stuff. And I always had a dream. I want to kind of make the most, not realistic per se, but the most cool way to watch a live show. So I got a lot of camera POVs in my studio. I even got grass. I got curbstones from the side view, and then this is my livery on the F1 chassis that I actually designed with an actual Formula 1 designer as well. This is the Sim Expo actually, which if you're here wanting to test it out, I actually brought not the exact sim because that would be a big travel from the Netherlands, but the exact spec is here in the Sim Expo booth. We're actually doing a really cool hot lap challenge. So if you want to try and win a Sim Expo, then you can give it a go. It's actually really cool. I do rally on air and Le Mans Ultimate, so a lot of cool stuff.
Yeah, okay. So just came to my mind, what is it you like most about your job? Because you're all doing it like pretty much all the time, creating content, racing, talking to people. So what's the best about all of that?
I would say it's just sharing my passion with other people. I didn't get into it because there was a large following or how many likes or comments I could get. I just consistently posted because I love sharing this realistic experience with other people. And it just dwells from love for racing and passion. That's it.
I agree.
I love it.
Yeah.
Just love it.
I feel like I like the streaming because it shows you all your like-minded people, just birds of a feather flock together, and everyone that wants to have fun and loves racing comes, and we all just nerd out and talk about racing and lap times and telemetry. And
I think that's beautiful. Also, besides that, it must be kind of pressure to like representing huge brands you currently do, like Kilian for Podium 1 or Bell Oracle Red Bull team, Tom Alpine F1. How is that feeling? How do you handle that somehow?
That's a good question. Now that I'm with Podium 1, I worked with a lot of brands prior, like GSI, SimiCube, a few others, Vero Motion as well. But when I started with Podium 1, my biggest thing was just reinforcing those existing relationships that I had with those other companies and brought them with me to Podium 1. And the biggest thing when I do the content creation, like overviews and reviews, is just be yourself. Don't sugarcoat anything. If there's something negative or wrong, you address it and just be authentic and be yourself. That's it.
do you get like imposter syndrome still? I feel like I get that a lot.
Not too much. Not too much. I'm pretty neutral. You just be yourself, and that's the most authentic thing you can do.
Comfortable.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, and in the end, we're all sharing our passion. I think for me, like I'm maybe a bit different. That like I'm not kind of sim racing. I'm more so kind of trying to bridge the gap between people that are just enjoying racing, enjoying like entertainment, rather than be like full on detail everything. But yeah, I mean, we're humans as everyone else.
Yes.
And I think the most humbling experience is that, when somebody comes up to you, I live on the other side of the world, they live not, I guess, here, where everyone is here now, that they come up to us and appreciate what we do. We can only appreciate that they, like the viewers, support us, because we're living the dream. I probably can talk for you as well, in being able to make this our job. And it's just such a humbling experience seeing people that are appreciative of what we do. Really, I met someone in a micro center. By the way, I don't know, micro center, I wish we had that in Europe.
You need it over there.
It's amazing, it's so cool. And there was this guy at checkout, and he was walking past me, and he was looking at me like, I was like, and he's like, "Are you Tom?" I'm like, "Yes, I'm Tom." It was so cool to meet someone in a random micro center all over across the world.
Okay, yeah,
it's really cool.
That's the upside of your job, probably.
It still feels very pinch me moment to me, like the past year of all of these really cool opportunities coming towards me, and it just feels like living a dream. Just feels like a dream.
Yeah, Kilian, you mentioned that as well, right?
Yeah, it's before I started doing all this, I'd work 12, 14 hours a day detailing cars and boats, and it was grueling. I made ends meet, but I would come home looking forward to doing what I'm doing every day now, right? So that's the content creation, that's the sim racing, that's doing reviews, that's the content. I get to run YouTube channel, all that stuff, all that passion now is on a day-to-day basis on something that I strived for so long, and now I get to bring that passion to my workplace, and it just live it and breathe it every single day. It's the most incredible thing ever. It really is.
Brings me to the next question, and unfortunately also the last, but what does the future hold for you guys? What do you think? What's coming up?
I would like to just keep having fun and exploring how much better and faster and quicker I could get. Maybe more into, I haven't even been to a race in real life. I would love to do that. Perhaps NASCAR.
I think you're kind of a great inspiration, especially for girls in sim racing, because it's not that huge, that sim racing thing for girls, but they are coming, they're keeping coming, and it's always great to have kind of a person to look at.
It's an honor.
Yeah.
Honestly. I mean, from my side, you just saw the studio that I just finished it. It's brand new, literally a few months ago. So that was kind of my goal for a long time. I got a few other ideas which are going to be groundbreaking, because I've always tried to do something innovative that nobody's done before. So I'm going to continue doing that. And kind of see if I can bridge the gap between sim racing or just general racing with sim racing and digital racing as well. So. Honestly, one thing that keeps me going is inspiring people and making them happy. I could do it on any other game. It doesn't matter. As long as I can continue doing that, I think my life's complete.
I think you're well set in sim racing. And you, Kilian?
Yeah, I would say just overall, through everything that we do here, like these shows, it's just getting more people involved. You know, the bigger footprint here in the U.S. that we have, the more reach we have as well. it'll never be necessarily as big as Germany, but I think that if we consistently do things like this and bring everybody together with like-minded mindsets, this is the best thing that we can do every year or every couple of months, however often we can do it.
Perfect last words. Thank you guys for being here.
Thank you.
And thank you for appreciating.
Thank you.
It was big fun. I think you're going to stick around at the fair, so if anybody has questions, just approach them and feel free to ask.
Yes,
Thank
we'll
you
be
so much
around.
for listening, for watching, and next up it will be exciting news from Conspit right here in a few minutes. Hi everybody, welcome back in front of stage of SimRacing Expo 2026 right here in Charlotte, North Carolina, fueled by D-Box. And now we're heading into the next panel. Please welcome on the stage to discuss all things Conspit, Ruli Young, Edward Chi, and Brian Ju. Stage is yours, guys. Enjoy.
Hi, Charlotte. Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming to this show. And my name is Edward. I'm the co-founder of Conspit. I'm very happy to stand here to share what Conspit is and where we're from, what we make. So before the presentation, I will throw some giveaway to you. And who claps louder, and I will throw to it, okay? Okay. Oh. Okay. And two more. Here. Oh, we got two. All right. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the support. So let's start. And Conspit starts with a dream. And the dream comes from a boy who is a super fan of motorsports. And that's me, yeah. And at first, my dream may be the same to you. I just want to be a pro racing driver, but you know the budget. It's so hard, so I start sim racing. And yeah, but once a time, I testing a real racing car, and I found that, wow, the brake is totally different to my sim racing pedals. So I think, why don't we just make a real professional pedals ourselves? So in 2020, we just started this program, and we released our first product, Conspit CPP hydraulic pedals, in 2021. So yeah, and what's good is, we're very luckily, we sell really a lot on market. So that's an idea comes out. Why don't we make more products for sim racing? So yeah, that's Conspit, and we made more and more, like the rigs, the steering wheels, and everything. Even the cockpit maybe you have ever tested. So this is one logic for us, and Conspit built a complete driving system. Because I think the simulators is not part by part. It's a full ecosystem. Yeah. So, and the driving, as it should be, you know, sometimes your sitting posture may affect how you brake, and the grip of the steering wheel may affect the feedback comes back. So I think it's an isolated system. So yeah, and also we got a lot of global partners, and this time we are very lucky to invite BenQ with us, and they brought 3 amazing projectors. So with our 270-degree blended screen. So you have tested, maybe you have tested our booth already, and it's with our Formula Cockpit. I think it will maybe one of the most realistic simulator you have ever tried. So also, I invite a lot FOV please to come to our booth to have a test and have a try. Next key part is our global ambassador this year, and it's our Chinese hero, Ye Yifei, and he's a Le Mans winner who drove Ferrari 499P last year. So he is not only our ambassador, but also our co-developer. The wheelbase in our areas, yeah, a lot of firmware and settings are turning by Yifei. So yeah, what you have used come from him. Born for pros, made for everyone. That's not only our slogan, but also what we are doing now. Our purpose is to make the most professional products, and with the very beautiful price. That's our purpose. So don't leave, because we will have this giveaway at the end. So, but I will leave more time to our CTO, Ruli, and he will give you more things about our products.
Hi, everyone. I hope I'm loud and clear. So thank you guys for coming here today and listening. Thank you, Edward, for sharing all these contents about our brand. So everything he has shared, the ideas. So how does these ideas really shows up in the products? So for those of you who do not know who we are, do not know our products, I'll give you some real context about our products and system. So our products comes into three parts, the idea. So in the mechanical structure, we design actually for the rigidity and structural integrity over the unnecessary complexity. And in control system, we actually focusing on the clarity and the consistency rather than adding just exaggerated effects. And in the indirection, we focus a lot on intuitive ergonomic and controls rather than just adding some distractions. Now, let me walk you through the systems we are currently having. So it's basically divided into three platforms. The first one is our high one, which it comes with the full capability. It's built for serious driving with full system capability for those who want to have the highest capability across all categories. You can go for this one. And this is for the reference of the racers who want to do different categories, GTs, F1, and rally. It comes in with three parts. So the first part is this wheelbase. We have Aries Platinum, 20 Newton meters direct drive, and CPP Evo hydraulic pedal, also with 290 GP steering wheel. So for the wheelbase, the 20 Newton meters Aries, it comes with consistent and high fidelity force feedback. On the Evo pedal, we have the hydraulic pedal system for the repeatable braking feel. And on the 290 GP, we're actually aiming a lot for the highest efficiency of our ergonomics and the structural rigidity. You got a carbon fiber plus the aluminum back housing, so it's constructed to be robust. Now let's head into the details to the products. For the 290 GP, it is equipped with molded 3D carbon fiber front panel and with spatial ergonomic control layout. So it's very suitable for anyone who wants to do high intensity driving. And for our pedals, the CPP Evo V2, it actually a 200 bar sealed hydraulic system, also with stepwise adjustment together with the continuous fine tuning. So for you guys who want to modify and customize your preference for braking, this is a good choice. And for the wheelbase, we have a 20 Newton meter direct drive Aries Platinum, which is tuned with Le Mans winner Yifei, and with 23 bits of resolution optical encoder. It's aiming for the high dynamic range and driving over sensation. Now, let's head down to the core experience. We call it core experiences because it is more balanced. It still keeps the same system logic as the first one, but it's more balanced and it's more accessible as a full kit. So it comes with, it's built from Aries 12 direct drive and CPP Lite 100 bar hydraulic pedal system and 300 GT carbon fiber steering wheel. And let's get down to the detail as well. So for the Aries 12, we also got the 23-bit resolution, optical encoder, and also tuned the firmware of it with the Le Mans winner. It is controlled and consistent feedback on this platform. And for CPP Lite, it also with hydraulic braking feel, but we make it more accessible. And the sensor is 100 bar. It still got the stepwise adjustment and fine tuning with the real car, like the travel and the force sensation. For the 300 GT, it is also a molded 3D carbon fiber wheel with we made it to be very light in weight, which only weighs 1,150 grams. And the hand grip is actually really good for if you are into the GT endurance racing for long sessions. you won't feel your palm to be fatigued or something else. And the third system is our entry point. So it is built for real driving without any complexity. It is combined with Aries Apex Direct Drive and 100 bar, which is CPP Apex pedals with 310 Apex, all aluminum structured steering wheel. So it is for the versatility and always easy to use. Here's the detail of all of them. The 310 Apex is all aluminum construction, and it is optimized for straightforward driving input. And as for the pedals, we have CPP Apex. It is a 100 bar steel hydraulic system pedals, but it's even more accessible than CPP Lite or Evo model. And as for the Aries Apex, it is compact form and easy to integrate. It is with a 21-bit resolution. And besides all these reference for your sim racers, and we also have more wheels to choose from. Basically, you can get any one of our custom wheels and use it for your third-party wheelbases with no issue. And let's talk about the PW1. It's our featured formula-style control layout, and it's actually derived from modern single-seater race cars. It's designed for high intensity and competitive driving. As for the Maxo one, it is a SimHub compatible wheel with display and also all the LEDs. It's versatile for endurance and different types of racing. We got a HAO as well, which is our modular design steering hub system. That means you can put any one of the 17mm PCD rims, Sparkle, Momo, you name it, on the HAO system, and it's flexible for your own customization. And we also have 2 more wheels coming soon this year. I proudly present one of them coming here with us at our booth, which is a lower one. Anyone you want to get your hands on it, just come to our booth. And let's talk about the add-ons. So that's the important part for our ecosystem as well. H3 is a 50-bar hydraulic system handbrake, and it supports vertical and horizontal mounting. For the CSD, it's a display unit with a full SimHub compatibility, and it has some extra controls. It has the encoders on the right side on the corner, so you can use it as extra control in-game. Also, you can map some SimHub control onto it. And CSD Nano is our just released very compact little display that you can use the pogo pin mounted on our Aries wheelbase very easily. Now, this is the thing I want to take a bit more time to explain to you guys, because it's the very first shifter that Conspit ever did. We actually have been building shifters for more than 2 years, but there are several iterations, several samples, but we are not satisfied with it. And now it finally come with us. It is a pre-production sample on our booth. So CHS, the name is CHS. It is full metal construction, and the goal is very simple. We want to make it, we want to get the best you can get mechanical engagement feel. All the structure, we develop them in-house. We also have interchangeable shift rod length. When you want to get the shift knob closer to your hands, you can use the interchangeable shift rod length. And also we have SimHub compatible LED integrations, which means you can put every telemetry effects on your LEDs on the left side. And it is most importantly, it is H pattern and a sequential dual mode, and it is come with a compact form. The footprint of it is only 150 by 95 millimeter, so it's really compact. Come and see at our booth. Now I want to take a bit more time to talk about our design choices into the products, what we do, what we do not. So the first one is rigidity. It's our principle. So basically you can see alongside our wheels lineup, we make no compromise to the materials we are using. We're using carbon fibers and aluminum across the wheel lineup with no plastic in a major structural design. So we are also using a lot of the compression molded 3D carbon fiber that also help us with the ergonomic features, because we can break the limit of complaints of the planar strength, and we can put the buttons more controllable and more ergonomic efficient. And the second part I want to take a bit more time to explain is that our hydraulic system. So as Edward just talked to you guys, the company started with the dream that the kid wants a better pedals. So in 2020, the development started. We are trying to build our very first hydraulic brake system. And in 21, it comes out. So it's the first generation CPP system released in 2021. It is a 200 bar system and with lateral cylinder plus elastomer chamber. And then to 23, we have made the hydraulic system more accessible, which means we have the CPP Lite. It is with simplified structure and improved manufacturability. It is with 100 bar sensor and more accessible. In 24, we have launched the CPP Evo, and we have integrated a dual stage preload adjustment and a 100 bar and a 200 bar sensor, which is refined force progression and everything. And in 25, we have pushed the hydraulic system to an even more broader sim racer that you can get. It is CPP Apex. These pedals are all on our booth. Just feel free to try it out on our booth. So in 25, we also do the iterations for the first generation of CPP Evo. Now it's CPP Evo V2. It is with optimized chamber and the seating structure. And we are still doing more and more iterations and optimization into our hydraulic system. So it's the biggest design choice for our ecosystem. Another thing I want to talk about is the connectivity and open ecosystem for our product lineup. So we got our front USB pass-through. You can basically use our wheelbase as a USB hub. You can connect any of your third-party wheels onto the USB spacer. And then with no strangling of your cables. For the quick release options, we provide for 2 quick release. The first one is the CDP. It is more racing oriented, very light in weight, and also with very low rotational inertia. And the other choice is the CDR QR. It is more versatile and more accessible. Okay, thank you guys. So my part is finished. Now let's get down to our American local operations. I'll hand over to Brian. Thank you guys.
All right. Thanks, Rolly. Hello, my name is Brian Zhu, and I'm currently serving as Vice President of Conspeed as well as Head of US Operation. So before I deep dive into this location in Alhambra, California, I would like to give you a bit of wild story about this location. So as you can see on the right corner, there's a picture. It's actually not a standard marketing shoot, as you can see. There's a police vehicle behind it. So on April 27, our warehouse got broken into. So I have to give a big shout out to Alhambra Police Department that they help us to restore all of the pieces that were stolen. Yes, thank you, Alhambra Police Department. So after that, actually, I talked with my team. Even burglars know that what to gear to have. water gear to stow. Actually, this shift got great taste. They know, as you can see, they stole 2 rakes, 2 premium steering wheel, and a bunch of hydraulic paddles there. So for now, our US warehouse and inventory are fully ready. Local fulfillment and after sales are operational, and our US web store has launched since November 2025. So to bring our customer at the center, our go-to-market strategy is combine the direct sale with dealer network. So we have 3 operating priorities. First, price stability. Second, local support. Third, market reach. That means you can buy from us or buy from your local favorite dealers. So to bring this system alive, we have partnered with industry's most trusted partners, covering from coast to coast. So we also have customer support coverage on 2 main channels. One is our official website and also our active Discord community group. So the total daily coverage is up to 16.5 hours. Our California team will support from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern Time. While California team goes home, our global support team is online, covering from 10 p.m. to 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time. So we want to keep you on the track. Less time troubleshooting, more driving, more racing. So there will be no AI or real person, I promise you. So I'm happy to announce that we are doing free shipping on almost all of our products, excluding the heavy-duty rakes and cockpit. So we have abundant inventory. It ships from California, and it can dramatically reduce delivery time. It means no more customer surprise, but directly from California. So as we grow, we hope that you buy from official authorized channel, like authorized distributor and our web store. Do not buy from AliExpress or eBay. It will have limited after-sales support and additional costs may apply. So I would like to wrap up. We are not here for visiting the US. We are here to build long-term growth. So we'll keep investing local infrastructures, expanding our warehouse, fulfillment, and service capability in the US. And also, we would like to have more sustainable dealer partnership, include price protection, channel control, and long-time collaboration. And more importantly, we have to do more active community engagement, which includes more local event, SimRacing activation, and also creator partnership. So our slogan is made for pros, made for everyone. So we will continuously doing our product innovation. We would like to hear the advice from US market and driven our innovation to the next step. So please join us at our booth C5, experience our full ecosystem there. And also, we are also doing a lap challenge on iRacing, the Charlotte Speedway, and you can win some exclusive giveaway, and also meet teams like Rolly and Edward and me. So there's one more surprise for you, the grand giveaway of the Street 10 Apex. So please get ready for the flyer, and I will hit the ignite now. So let's count down 5, 3, 2, 1. Okay, 108. Anyone with flyer number 108? Anyone? Okay, let me see. Can I do it again? Oh, sorry. Okay, let's do it one more time. Ignite. Let's count down from 5 again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 286. Anyone? Yeah, congratulations, my man. All right, thank you. Congratulations. Can you come down to booth right after?
To the booth?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your time and attending the SimRacing Expo. Thank you. Welcome to booth 5.
Thank you very much, then. Conspit, we will be back, what time is it now? 25 past 1. So 2 p.m., where we're going to be talking about the history of eNASCAR with Otto Jabeni, Ray Smith, Casey Kerwin, and Nick Ottinger. We'll see you then. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the SimRacing Expo, fueled by D-Box here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Whey! Thank you guys, eventually. eNASCAR, one of the most prestigious sim racing championships of all time, has been around for many, many seasons. But we're here to discuss the history of it and its prestigiousness to sim racing itself. But I can't do that on my own. I need some very special guests, and luckily I have 4 of them. So first of all, we have Ray Smith, Director of Sim Racing at NASCAR, if you'd like to join us. We have Otto Jabeni, Director of Sales and Marketing at iRacing. We have 2020 Series Champion Nick Ottinger and 2022 Series Champion Casey Kerwin.
Casey.
Take a seat, gents.
Right there.
How's it going, chaps? You good?
We're cooking.
We're
That's what
cooking.
we're doing.
Yes.
That's, wow, so millennial of you. We're cooking. What do you think of the expo, guys?
It's
Really
amazing.
cool.
I'm so happy to see it. We've been talking about it for almost a year more. So the moment I saw it yesterday, it was like, yes, this, bringing the community together and bringing everyone together here in Charlotte is amazing. It's a dream come true.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. I mean, you guys have been doing this for years over in Germany, and it keeps growing and growing, and it's great for the community. It's great for the ecosystem, all the hardware partners, and everyone to actually have a place stateside to be able to do something like this. So, kudos to you and your team, and having iRacing on board. It's an exciting time. I think it's the beginning of a long future over here stateside. So, thank you.
Well, I always would see pictures in, the Euro Sim Expo and everything like that. So, just kind of seeing it, my hometown obviously being Charlotte, where we would always be, the hub for NASCAR. It just kind of surreal seeing all this in this ecosystem, like Otto said. So, beautiful turnout. A lot of people here. A lot of, sim racing enthusiasts that we're happy to have.
Yeah, it's been awesome. I've been here for like an hour or so now, and nice to see all the exhibitors and all the cool stuff here. And yeah, like Nick said, I'm always jealous when I see it in Europe and how cool it all looks and seeing things. So to have it here and it's in my backyard. I know I live close, so yeah, to have so many people here and especially with the rain, give some people some stuff to come do today. And yeah, it's been cool to see everyone so far.
Absolutely, I do appreciate your time. For people who have not come across eNASCAR before, in this country I'm pretty sure everybody's come across it, but we do have a lovely video here to show you, kind of spanning the years. So as you can see there, right at the very end, that's the latest iteration, but this was the first ever winner, Richard Towler. Actually, I managed to have a phone conversation with him a couple of weeks ago. I reached out on Instagram and said, look, do you have any pictures of you holding the trophy, some good pictures? And he then was like, well, you work with who I used to race for. And we had a half-an-hour conversation. It's crazy to see that the first ever champion was English, first and foremost. But how has the series changed from all those years ago to today?
It's night and day. So this is the 17th season of this series, which is so hard to believe because I remember the very beginning, right? And we had a small broadcast team that we actually contracted. The prize pool was considerably smaller. The competition was still fierce, but I think, and these guys would know better, it's only gotten stronger and stronger the longer this has been going on. So, I mean, from all the way back in 2010, I think it's one of the, and Ray, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's one of the longest running definitely motorsport, but like sports, esport that has been out
sure.
there. And so having that heritage, so to speak, is extremely exciting. And we're very proud of what we've built with NASCAR, who's an amazing partner. And now Coca-Cola, one of the biggest brands, if not the biggest brand in the world, to come and support what we do. It really legitimizes the space, and quite frankly, sim racing in general, that brands like that see the value to come into our collective space. So extremely exciting time.
And for you guys, were you fans of the series growing up? Especially you, Casey, because you were a little bit younger. No disrespect, Nick, you're younger than I am. But you weren't old enough to compete when it first started, right?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. For me, like, I probably started watching around 2013 or so, and I think that's around when Nick started, maybe a year later. So, like, I watched, for a few years before I ever, tried to start making it myself. And then, yeah, I've been along for the journey ever since.
Yeah, way to call me old. Appreciate it. I noticed in a clip, too, you had me overcorrecting to the wall. So that's not nice.
That's Ray, by the way. Nothing to do with me.
Ah, Ray, okay. Nah, but, the series has been around a long time. I've done it for 15 years, and this year, obviously, done for now, retiring for a good foreseeable future. But it's presented a lot of opportunities for me, and, seeing when I was in 2012, I used to see Ray Alfala run all the time. He would be that benchmark. And then, that will push me to actually be that benchmark for years to come. And just the series has been a huge part of actually my journey in racing in general. So, it's been a good process of what it built to, seeing, Richard Towler, in the first year. And then kind of what it's to now. Like Otto said, the competition's gotten more fierce. These teams are just more competitive every single week. They're constantly putting in, let's just say, 15 to 30 hours a week each individually, and that's hard to compete with, but it's just how the sim racing is anymore. It's competitive to its full potential.
And Ray, you've come in more recently. What have been the biggest changes since you've been a part of the whole process?
Yeah, so I got into sim racing around 2017, 2018, and actually with Nick. I was at Richmond Raceway, and we started a sim racing team in iRacing. Otto was polite enough to open the door for us. And, it was something that was a great community event, but it really hadn't been harnessed at the time and, taken to the next level of competition and amplification. So, we're going from working with Nick, and I think at the end of that first year, like I asked Nick, like, what are the pros and cons of our program? And we just started learning. But where we are at now is, 17th season, new format, champions that are doing it in a live event at the NASCAR Hall of Fame. Like, what a cheat code to have a championship in a museum of race cars. And then even now where we are today, where it's a true marketplace for the next, someone looking for a job, or for someone looking for talent to bring into shop or bring into what they're doing in motorsports. It's truly turned into a marketplace for talent.
And Otto, when originally the announcement came, Dale Jr. making the announcement obviously validates it straight away, right? How did that make you feel?
How would it make you feel, right?
Yeah, pretty cool, right?
It's one of the biggest names in motorsports. So to have him, and Dale's been an advocate of what we've been doing since the very beginning. Even before the beginning. Like, he's an early adapter. So whenever you have a name like that comes in and kind of helps, not just to promote, to actually be a part of the community, that's invaluable, right? Like, I was going to say you can't buy that. You can, but it'd be extremely expensive, right? But yeah, it's amazing what's actually happened in the last, with Dale, but through the whole genre and the whole platform of everything that iRacing has done since, at this point, really, 2008, right? And time flies when you're having fun, right? Like, it's amazing that it's been that long, but that it's come such a long way. And quite frankly, as you guys know, this turned from a niche into now slightly more, where, I think these kind of things tend to snowball.
Yeah.
And I think we have the momentum And again, I've said this before, but I'll reiterate, you know, with partners like NASCAR and Coca-Cola and great drivers, great competition. And don't forget, the money on the line, I mean, it's, I was just talking the other day, and it was poor Ray Alfala, who is the GOAT of this series, right? 4-time champion. He won 40 grand, right? Which is still good money, right? And, you know, winnings and stuff, whatever. And at this point, you know, Steven Wilson at 100 grand a pop is already at 200 plus, right? And so that's exciting too, but it also ramps up the competition. Like there's like serious money on the line now, so people take it extremely seriously. So I know I totally went off the rails to your question, but yeah, no, it's very cool.
There must be a few dollars left for a few beers today, right?
Yeah.
Let's talk about the seriousness of eNASCAR and bringing big brands into play. So when you guys first started, it was a case of you're just sim racing. You know, maybe if you're streaming it, you're streaming it. No real product placements, no real huge names in terms of participation teams. So all of a sudden now you're all branded, you're part of major organizations. How have you been able to deal with that kind of spotlight?
Yeah, it's been really cool. But it kind of happened really quick for us. Like you know, I started in 2018, 2019, we kind of did a couple of those like exhibition TV races, and then 2020 was when like a bunch of teams came in. You know, like for me, the first kind of wake up of it was I drove for Denny Hamlin, and I drove the Jordan brand car for a year, which was crazy. And then even, you know, lead to today, I'm driving the Coca-Cola car in the series. So it's been really cool to have a bunch of huge brands like that, and yeah, it just kind of validates what we do in the series, and yeah, it's been fun to be a part of that.
Yeah, so I agree with Casey on that. You know, you start as that niche that Otto said. You know, it's just a hobby. You know, it grows into something huge, and then you put that time in. Partners start seeing the investment they can put in. Start seeing, well, I actually enjoy that hobby too, so I actually latch on to that as well. Like everyone here, I think just kind of networking. Obviously, it starts that way. But I started with a partner called Ream, and that was through a connection through Brandon Jones, who's obviously a Raleigh Series driver now, and we had a friendship before that he started seeing we were doing the professional sim racing, started practicing consistently, and that's something that's actually evolved now. I help him weekly, you know, we do coaching at Team Conti Sim Performance, and that's what we do every single week. I'll work with those drivers, they'll have benchmarks every single week, and it's just, you did not envision that 15, 16, 17 years ago to where it is now, to where Cup drivers, O'Reilly drivers, truck drivers, even late model drivers are in with those partners trying to develop just as much as you're trying to develop on the sim. So, real special time, I would say.
Let's talk about the qualifying series, how to get into the main show, if you like. That's changed over the years. A bit difficult for you two to answer because you never really needed to go through that process more than a handful of times. But it has changed dramatically. We discussed this in detail in our downtime, I guess, if you like, and how it's enabled more people to get involved, which in turn helps the sport grow.
Yeah. So the qualifying series used to run in parallel with the Coca-Cola series. So your runway to make it into the Coca-Cola series was almost like 14 months. And that is a lot of time. And like we've been talking about, it's very competitive. So to not run out of gas, you know, we were losing people. Like we weren't really looking at bringing more people in to the series. Like we were more focused on like the top competition in the world and making it, you know, extremely hard to get in there, which gave the series credibility. But now we're looking at it of like, you know, we've shortened it now. It's all in one season. So qualifying starts in Daytona, where traditionally the championship portion started, and it ended at the end of April in Texas, and we were able to jump into the top 40 this week with the start of the championship portion of the series, and we'll run till October. But now we have brand new storylines that helps us market ourselves more. Now we can talk about the qualifying series, brought in 1,900 drivers that competed. That gives us a benchmark to chase next year. And now we can also talk about, you know, without any agreements or conversation, and sort of a blind spot that was obvious but we didn't really think about, Carson Hocevar is participating in 6 out of 11 our qualifying series. Raja Karuth is participating. Parker Retzlaff is participating. Caden Honeycutt. And that wasn't even an initiative or a program. Well, it will be moving forward. How do we create more opportunities for the sim racing community to race against our biggest stars that race on the weekend. So it's not changed a whole lot, but it's making sense of everything and streamlining it for our overall benefit for our cause.
And have you noticed like an uptick in the officials and people grinding the iRating because of the way the qualifying series works?
Yes, I didn't exactly hear what you said, but it's just kind of going on what Ray said, is that we always try and freshen things up to try. I mean, the series is now 17, it is 17th season, right? How do we get more people involved? How do we get more eyes on it? How do we tell the story better? And this now, even though it's two separate series, really the qualifying series and the championship series, it's one long season, right? And it's less of a grind, I think, to qualify in, but the cream always rises to the top, right? So it's not like you're losing those top drivers, right? I think it's making the qualifying more accessible to a lot of really good sim racers that maybe said, I don't have necessarily the bandwidth to go through that whole road to pro contender, so on and so forth. Because, I mean, these guys can tell you how many hours the teams put into running that car each and every race. And I guarantee you the same kind of effort went into the qualifying series. So it's not lessening or watering it down. It's just a different, more exciting format that will allow us to tell the story better, right? And so I think that's where this has really worked. And again, Ray and I and a bunch of people have this conversation. There's a driver council, and we always kind of talk about how do we make the series better? And there's all kinds of spitballing. We're throwing ideas all around, and some are good, some are bad, whatever. But I think to just kind of rest on your laurels and say, oh, it worked pretty good this year, so let's continue. So I'm glad that we tried something new. And I think it's been a huge success. And I know Coca-Cola really likes it as well. And again, I keep going back to that, but the sponsor is super important because, nobody wants to go back to a $25,000 prize pool, right? And so that's cool stuff.
We're going to leave these two alone for a little bit now. This is the good bit for you boys because we're going to talk about your championship winning years. There's, again, Richard Towler's stuff there. But we'll head over to you, Nick, 2020. Probably the second biggest achievement of that year for you. Obviously, racing Le Mans with me was up there for sure, right? If you even remember. But people would look at that and go, you've won a championship. It's all about that year. But the build-up to that point, how difficult was that journey?
For me, I look at I had another opportunity in 2013 to win a championship. That was a year, just kind of my second year. You had all those issues of you would have mechanical failures in a real car. We would have internet failures of staying connected to the servers. I had a difficult time that year staying connected to it, and that was my year of winning like 6 races, and we had 18 races that year, so we'd either win, wreck, or be disconnected. So once 2020 happened, that was a validation for a year that I felt like I missed in 2013 realistically, because put so much of that time in, moved to working with different teams. Michael Connie was a staple in that series at that point. Moved with working with him for a few years' time, and just everything came together that year. You just put the hours behind the scenes. A lot of people don't understand that. You put hours working on the car, but you go into the next race trying to adapt different strategies or improve those strategies even with your teammates, because they're the ones pushing you each week more than the actual competition, because they have the same stuff, same potential. And that's something that past champion that Michael was at the time that made that championship special, because we just shared it together, shared it with, obviously in that moment, shared it with my family. It's one of the times I was crying after a race. I'm like, can't believe we did this. This is finally something that I missed in 2013, and we got to do it. It's even more special. It was the first year with William Byron. He came up through iRacing, was a proponent of iRacing, constantly talked about it, how it was utilized for him, and kind of a perfect storm putting everything together that year for me.
And that's just the beginning of your journey, right? You win the championship, and a lot of people from the outside will be like, oh, that's it, done. But what do you do from there? How have you managed to leverage that championship to now where you're at?
So I did a lot of, at the point I started working at Legacy Motor Club, the NASCAR Cup team in 2024, and that was through a connection, actually, one Brandon Jones that I referenced, and that came into him getting me in touch with John Hunter, and kind of just that potential just led to working with a cup team, being their sim driver, working with them individually every single week, and understanding the difference of how they go of a given week for a certain track, and then putting that into our side of the sim, which benefited me as well, because it was actually a good benefit for what they focused on in that moment instead of stressing out for a week's time of something that really didn't matter. So the journey was just grabbing an opportunity, that networking with NASCAR drivers, that just led me to that point, and that came from a 2020 championship as well. So I was lucky and fortunate to have that.
Amazing stuff. And you were, let's say, a traditional champion. We see you on a broadcast and you're racing, whereas you, Casey, a little bit different. You had a lot of passengers in your car. Luckily, it didn't affect the BOP, but you managed to become the champion in 2022. Do you feel like there may have been more added pressure because you did have the audience of, most weeks you'd have 1,000 people watching you race? And did you get sick of answering the question about why is there a black label over your steering wheel?
Yeah, no, I don't know if I felt more pressure from it, but I don't know, I always felt like it was definitely cooler, especially when we ran good. Like whenever I would run races and I'd have a good finish or we'd win, like I'd just look up at my chat would be going crazy. Like that's something that I don't think anyone else has gotten to experience, like in our series. Yeah, I don't know if I felt the pressure there. I think the more pressure for me winning the championship was it was at home for me, and like my whole family was there and a bunch of friends and everyone that was close. That's kind of where I guess some of the pressure was. But yeah, I mean, it was a huge relief, to win one. I mean, even to get the opportunity to win one at home and everything like that was really cool. And yeah, I remember I didn't actually stream that race with everything being here, but I did record it. So I have all the reactions of like myself and my team and everything, and I remember going back and looking at the Twitch chat. It was basically like as if it was my own Twitch chat. Like I saw all the normal names and everyone going crazy, so that was always really cool to look back at.
Have you ever had any pushback in regards to your streaming?
No. They especially then, they're like, please stream more.
Well, no, I don't mean the teams you're racing for.
No, everyone's like, yeah, stream as much as you want. Everyone's down for it. And the only thing pushback I have is sometimes my setup voters like make sure you don't say something on stream about a setup or a change or something like that. But other than that, we keep it well hidden, I guess.
Did you ever run into any trouble with like other drivers, fans giving you stick if there's been an incident?
Yeah, occasionally. Sometimes it's like when things are going great, you have people that are saying nice things and stuff. But then also like if something goes wrong, there's someone that wants to like try and make you get more mad or something like that. Yeah, there's definitely people that come out of the woodwork that you've never seen before when you make a mistake and want to try and rage bait you a bit. But yeah, it's all part of it.
Have you ever thought, I'm not going to broadcast this race? Like, has there ever been a time where in the afternoon you're like, today I just don't feel like I'm going to do this?
No, I've streamed every single one. I think the only time I've ever like cut one was in 2020. I had a really rough start and wrecked like 5 out of the first 6 races, and I think that like 6th one I wrecked on literally lap 1, and normally I would still like stay streaming and go putt around with damage and see what we could salvage. I just cut the stream. I was like, I'm gonna be mad the whole night. So that was the only one I've ever like cut. Other than that, I've streamed every single one outside of the 2 that I've run in the Hall of Fame, and yeah, I've still recorded those and still have those at least in memory.
Yeah, man, I pretty much watch every race, mate. So yeah, there for the ride. To all of you, how has the standard increased over the years in terms of pace and racecraft? Or has it?
Yeah, it's definitely gotten more aggressive for sure. Yeah, especially the races have gotten a bit shorter.
Is that because everyone's closer and they have to be more aggressive?
Yes, some of that too, and then yeah, with the races being a little bit shorter now, like you have to go like from lap 1. There's no like, oh man, I can't believe you did this on lap 1. Like it's go time from the get-go. You gotta, yeah, especially they do a really good job with making the cars realistic, which means there's a good amount of dirty air at times, which can be a little annoying for us, but. Yeah, it's so the best place you can get spots is on restarts, and everyone's going to be crazy there. And then, yeah, the racecraft, everyone's really good, and yeah, it's always a tough task to run at the front in these things.
It's hard to get one over on another competitor, honestly, because they spend hours practicing with 5, 6 other teammates that are going to practice those same moves in a race. So instead of like the hour, 30 minutes practice that a cup guy, a rally guy would have on a weekend, we have the potential to have 24 plus working with teammates. So it's very difficult to, again, get one over on another competitor, which is why the most important factor I think that gets overlooked is qualifying. That's why qualifying is always a stressful point, and people spend a day, 2 or 3 days working solely on that. So when you get your outright pace, potential there, it's even harder to actually pass those guys because of, they're just obviously that quick. So like Casey was saying, the racecraft's elevated. The racecraft sometimes is questionable at times, certain tracks, but you can't. That's a race in general. You're not going to have a perfect race. You're not going to have a perfect competitor to race with. But when the cars are realistic, you got your aero effects that are consistently like you would see on a given weekend. It makes studying your prep work and everything even that much more important to get one over on someone like Casey, and stuff like that. So, but he was always a valuable competitor, always one that pushed you and stuff like that. And his championship year, I had nothing for him. So I wish I did, but never had nothing for him or that team, which is why we didn't make it to the championship for it. But yeah, racecraft has definitely elevated.
Well, we'll start with you here, Ray. It's the last point. I've asked you this on a podcast before, so maybe your opinion's changed. So this is for all of you. Take your racing hat off. This is you as a fan of the series. 5 years' time, perfect scenario, where is the series? It has to be realistic, of course, as well.
Yes, so 5 years time, this series will have more formal entry points into the industry from a driver standpoint, to getting in the seat of a car, to getting in the shop, working on as a sim engineer, broadcasting, journalism, everything. I think that's what the community is right now. It's a bunch of talented motorsport enthusiasts that know how to get the job done. But it's about creating that real life bridge that's bringing them over and making this industry stronger and building the next generation of professionals in the industry.
Yeah, I mean, I would mimic that. The sim to reality story has always been very important to iRacing. It legitimizes the platform and how real it actually is across multiple motorsport disciplines. And we were just going through the other day and we were like, how many people have made the transition from iRacing or even just the eNASCAR into real world racing teams, and not just on the engineering side, but on the PR side and the graphic side, making the paint schemes, and it's amazing. People don't understand in this series. There's not one driver. There's teams behind the teams, right? That create all of these setups and to help with performance. I think real world is already starting to take notice of that, and I think that's only going to grow, which is great for iRacing because it's going to legitimize even more what the platform does. It's great for NASCAR because I think it's a great feeder series, right? Like we've always thought about the feeder series being the Truck Series or O'Reilly's or the ARCA, all the way back. But now I really think, and Max said this earlier this morning, this is really becoming a part of the fabric of NASCAR. And it's going to be, I think, continue to grow where people find this entry point and make it into a true career, whether it's driving or on a race team or whatnot. So that's super exciting times ahead of us.
Well, they've touched on it. You have the sim to reality, stories all the time. Biggest is William Byron, but you have a lot of others like Rajah Caruth, others who utilize the sim. So, from a driver perspective, if I put my fan hat on, I would want to see those drivers possibly compete in the top level of the sim side too. Yeah. So that's definitely a good question, a tough question to kind of see the future of 5 years. But some of them are living, that potential, being an engineer, a simulations driver, a potential actual top level driver. A few of them are in the series as well. So yeah, I think as a fan, you want to see as much racing as you can, even in the off season, which is where the sim side of it used to be a hobby, but it's kind of the entry point, I would say, to get to connect with those actual top level drivers as well.
It's a bit different for you, right? Because you've got zero interest really of going sim to real. Similar to, I'm not as talented as you, of course, but I had no interest in racing a car.
Yeah, I'm a chicken. I don't need to hit a wall in real life. I'm good. I'll hit them in the sim. But for me, like everyone said, hopefully, the series can keep growing and get to more eyes. And I think for me, just to kind of add a different point, is from the streaming side, the biggest thing that I've seen, and for myself too, is the big thing for the series. When we say sim to reality, it's not necessarily from driving and people making it in the series. You can make new fans from the sim. Yeah. Like for me as well, like I was a NASCAR fan to begin with, but I've fallen in love with IMSA and sports car racing on the side as well. Like, and I've definitely had people from maybe Europe or other forms, they follow other forms of racing, come into my stream and be like, I never knew NASCAR was this cool, I got to watch this weekend, and stuff like that. Like, hopefully 5 years from now, there's more of that, and it can help grow not just sim racing, but motorsports as a whole.
Excellent stuff. Well, thank you very much for your time, gents. Hopefully you've had as much fun as I have. And to everyone watching at home and everyone here, we've actually got Casey's dad on next, Matt Malone. So make sure you join us after some messages.
That's going to include travel, hotel, and dinner. You'll tour the facility, meet the team and special guests like Suelio, and drive real radical SR3 race cars on track with coaching, ride-alongs, full safety gear, and professional content coverage to capture every moment of your day. But wait, every golden ticket is already packed with prizes. You'll get 3 days at the SimRacing Expo in Charlotte, a full day at the NASCAR Hall of Fame, and a complete race day bundle for the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Plus, the goodie bag includes raffle tickets for a BDH H2 SQ shifter, another Podium 1 racing experience, and Skip Barber Training School at VIR, plus 6 months VRS membership with live coaching, Azactec boots, iRacing dollars, a Sensit Haptics gift card, Charlotte discounts, a free brewery pass, and exclusive Mustang GT3 and GT4 liveries, and more. This is your shot to win both in sim racing and real world racing. Golden tickets are still available. Don't sleep on this. Drop a comment, tag a friend, and grab yours now. I'll see you guys on the track.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the SimRacing Expo, fueled by D-Box here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Next guest on stage, he is quite simply the biggest girl dad in sim racing. It's Matt Malone. Hello, mate.
Hey. I like get around this couch. What kind of furniture you got here? Hey, Lou.
And here are the dad jokes already. You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Take a seat, mate.
Take a seat. Where do you want me sitting?
You can lie down if you like.
Over here. First time I sat down in a while, to be honest. How are we?
Oh, we are wonderful. How are you? How are you feeling about the SimRacing Expo being here in America?
Yeah, you know, it's a lot better than taking a 14-hour plane ride to get overseas. Yeah, it's good to have you guys here. It really is. I mean, the American Expo has been a long time coming, and it's finally here. And so many people from Charlotte are here, and they're like, "This is amazing." I said, "I know."
Oh, man. Yeah, the reception's been absolutely ridiculous. The positivity's been fantastic, and yeah, I guess we'll have to do it again at some point, right?
What's with these lights? Does it have to be this bright?
I mean, we've got to get your full beauty out there, man. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Those luscious locks.
Yeah. I did a little live stream earlier, messing around. One of the viewers was making fun of my fate. I said, "This is a sports clip special right here." I made a reservation and everything.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. The council came and did it, right?
I feel like this is in the way of
a little bit, yeah.
Really getting the full view of you, Luke.
Oh, my God. I'm going to start blushing.
Yeah.
So anyway, we're here to talk about content.
Sure.
Right. So you started making sim racing content, but you must have been sim racing before that and got, just messing about, having fun. Like, where did it begin for you? Where did you fall in love with it?
Well, it started with Forza Motorsports and, just an Xbox kind of deal. My brother kind of forced me into building a gaming PC to play like Half-Life 2 or something, and got some equipment for Forza. And I'm like, well, now my equipment is way better than this dumb game that I'm playing. I mean, listen, no knock on Forza, but I spent more time in the menus trying to get a race in than the race actually lasted. It's like 4-lap race, back in the day. But so yeah, then as I was looking for new equipment, you stumble upon review videos, and they're reviewing the equipment using iRacing. And I'm like, what's this iRacing thing? And I immediately got it and never looked back. And that was like 13 years ago. So.
Oh, we got a picture of your...
Oh.
That's not the current, that's not the current rig.
Hold on.
It's right in front of you as well.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, wait. Yeah. Oh, right here. Yeah, nice. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
So I don't have to look back. Yeah, it's on just an old desk. That's Fanatec stuff. And then I built that little ramp thing so I could have a different angle of the pedals. Yeah, it's on Xbox. That's crazy. That's Forza.
Yeah, look how
Forza
big,
3, I think, is
how
what
big
I
the
started.
Xbox is over there.
Yeah. I went through like 3 of them. They had the red ring of death. Yeah.
I played a lot of Modern Warfare on the old Xbox. Anything else of note
crazy.
there? There's a lovely net curtain in the background.
I mean, you got to start somewhere.
No, sure.
Sure. And it didn't last long before I got a rig. Because sitting at a desk, I never liked sitting at a desk because it feels like you should be driving like a bus or something. But so you got to get that better angle. Yeah, look at that. Look at them triples. Look at those bezels.
Oh,
yeah, it's just
Grip TV.
That's
that
Grip
I got
TV.
declined for many years. Now hearing you start on Forza, I'm a little bit more
annoyed.
annoyed.
Well, Grip. I mean, listen. When you were look and listen. When we first started like streaming iRacing, there's like 6 people streaming it. It's just, it's amazing to see now, especially during special events. If you go on Twitch and just search under iRacing, you're just scrolling, and it's amazing. But back then it was a lot different. There's just not a lot of people. And it was pretty close-knit community. Streamers knew each other, and so we thought it'd be a good idea to start like a little streaming network so we could keep the competition on the track instead of on Twitch, because you know how streamers, it can be super competitive with streaming. So we kind of did that, and it was with Jimmy Broadbent and some other characters back then, and started Grip TV. And I remember me and Jimmy used to do like transitions. So like he'd stream because he's overseas, so he'd stream in the morning, then he'd kick it over to me. I don't even know if they had rating back then on Twitch or
Probably
anything,
not,
but
no.
we transition over
hosting,
all
wasn't it?
30 viewers, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just really cool, and we got some more people, and it just kind of outgrew itself due to its success, and now everybody's streaming, and it's great. It's a fun community. People come in and out, of streaming, depending on what's going on in their life. Not everybody sticks with the same hobby forever. They come in and out, but it's nice to meet new people and new streamers. And I've been doing it so long, But I love it more now than ever. It's crazy.
It was like
it could be a problem.
You, Jimmy, me, Dan Suzuki,
yep,
Quirk, like the dads of sim racing. We're all.
Who?
We're all the dads of sim racing now.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's crazy, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, evolution of your sim rig. So we move on to the, I guess second from last rig in our little collection here. You're fully iRacing now by this point.
I'm having a hard time hearing you, Luke. Could you speak up a little?
You're fully iRacing now by this point.
Yeah, mostly all iRacing. Yeah. This is in the house that after I got married, moved in with my wife, and
Come on, you're married?
The base. Yeah.
You have a partner? You're a sim racer? No way.
Partner.
Wow.
Yeah. And this was in the basement. I like being in the basement, and I did some deals with some companies and got different equipment, and it's definitely been. I went from like an apartment to a different house to it's just you got to move all around, set it all up. But I still see. Oh wait, go back. See in the background, that's still the original wheel I had, and I still have it in my basement now in the window, that original Forza wheel.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, you got to remember your roots.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Keeps you humble.
Yeah, look at that setup. So I'm going ultra wide now, 57-inch ultra wide and a 34-inch ultra wide up top for the streaming thing. And now I'm with Ace-A-Tech, and they got some really high-end stuff. And, if you've been doing it as long as I have, you kind of become a little bit of a sim racing elitist. Like, you want the best stuff. I mean, their wheelbases are great. And we partnered with Ace-A-Tech a couple years ago. And, it's been great.
I just realized you're American. Like, wow, first time.
Yeah, it's a great wheel. It's good for oval. 14 inches.
Copy that.
Yeah.
Two dads on stage together, not good. Let's talk about some of the opportunities you've got through sim racing, some of the connections you've made.
Right. Oh, man, people slide into my DMs. No. TK was like, I don't know, his full story. Like, he kind of got out of real life racing a little bit, and he had a little bit of downtime. So he built this huge, sim racing center in his hometown, Indianapolis. And he started watching streams and got to know Corkatize really well. And then he started just inviting us to the sim center, and we would do endurance races. It was amazing. Meet a legend, and he's such a down-to-earth guy. But it's crazy. I've been to Germany and Spain and all for sim racing. They're like, hey, well, why don't you come to Germany and you can test out the new product. I'm like, you can't ship it to me? I'm like, but I'm glad I went, see the different world, and I've become very worldly, and went to Germany a couple times now, and Spain is beautiful. I was on Fernando Alonso, you guys know him? So he created a sim racing team, and it was called Fernando Alonso Racing Team, or FART for short. And I was an ambassador, and they sent me to Spain. We met him, went to his museum. It was amazing. And then he got back into F1. I don't know, they just dissolved it or something. But so it's crazy. If you're sim racing in your basement, and then you keep at it, and then who knows? People start calling, people start emailing you, and you got to filter out a lot of this stuff. But opportunities come up, and if you believe what they're into and think it'd be cool, then you follow up with them and see what happens. Now I'm sitting here with Luke.
Well, we went to the Indy 500 and
did.
Vegas the same year because of sim racing.
And it's mostly because of you.
And the second one, you probably didn't need to be there.
Listen, imagine you're at the Indianapolis 500 and you're sitting in some really good spots, and you've already lost your voice because you're with your best friend, double fisting quad shot lemonades. Okay, for some reason they're able to legally sell these, and we had the absolute best time of our life. I mean, it wasn't even that exciting of a race. I mean, on paper, I mean, there was like the least amount of entries or something, but man, when they're flying by, it wouldn't even matter if it was just practice. It's amazing. And we're just, woo!
Yeah, absolutely. and you were my camera crew at the end as well, right?
What's that?
You were my camera crew.
Oh, yeah, dude. So we just have like regular tickets. This guy, with his presence of authority, this man can get into anywhere. He can get into any VIP. We're walking through security. He's like, yeah, I got to be over here. This is my camera crew. And there's like a group of us. And we just walk out. The guy's like, oh, sure.
no cameras, by the way.
Yeah. And he's high-fiving Pagano, after a win. I'm like, who is this guy? So, he'll get you in anywhere. He'll get you into the Hall of Fame back party, after party tonight, won't you?
Yeah, the after
party for you.
Definitely the after party.
Yeah.
Okay. And went to Vegas the same year as well, right? As an ambassador for Fart Racing Team.
Yeah.
That was fun. Probably can't talk about all of that one.
Yeah, no, that was cool. It's just amazing to see like esports and sim racing put on like these big events, because we're in Vegas and they were putting on some esports event. And there's like this huge studio that we walk into. I've never seen anything so professional all my life. There's these lights and booms, and it's just the whole walls are all like LED lit up. And I'm like, this is a production. I'm like, why am I here?
Well, they spent all the money on the production, and then they had to hire me with the real cheap option.
Yeah. So that was really cool.
But let's talk about some of your actual results in sim racing. You're well known for taking on the Bathurst 12 hour on your own. You get disqualified every year, just to clarify. But it's somewhat of an occasion every year for you.
It's my favorite event of the year, the Bathurst 12 hour. Been doing it since, 2019. 12 hours, solo, all by myself, streaming, hanging out. I look forward to it every year. Every year, physically, it gets easier. Like, you imagine sitting in the rig, especially as an old man that I am now. Years past, like I'd get up and I was all stiff as a board. It took me a couple days to recover, but man, the last couple of years, just do the 12 hours. Be like, all right, guys, good race, end stream. It was like a normal day.
And my favorite thing is when you try and avoid terms of service where you go for a wee mid-race.
Well, you get about 30 seconds to relieve yourself.
It's a really big bottle.
Yeah, and everyone watching is always concerned about my bowels. I said, I'm a grown man. I can control them. But I forgot to advocate to iRacing. Now, in the real Bathurst 12 hour, there is a minimum pit stop. And it's like a minute something or whatever, and it allows for like the lesser teams to not... There's something about a competition rule or something. And if we're going to call iRacing a simulation, I think they should implement that minimum pit stop time requirement so I get a little bit more time during pit stops, because it's like 30 seconds. I mean, you got to be up, back in. So, but it's fun. I do it every year, and it's a blast. It really is.
And as the older you get, we have to add maybe 3 seconds a year?
They add 3 seconds? Yeah, I wish. Yeah, well... Well, I'm not going to discuss my prostate up here with you, Luke. But listen, and now that I'm in the different part of the basement, I'm going to have to figure out a different contingency. But it'll be fine.
Next question, Matt's prostate. Better go into something else. Let's talk about 2024. You just finally decided full time. I'm going to do it. You were streaming daily. 5 days a week. You had an off-season with work and an on-season as well where you could stream a bit more, but you finally made the decision in 2024 to go, you know what, I'm done with this, I'm going to go full-time. How did you come to that decision, and how's it worked out?
Yeah, well, it's worked out pretty well. It's been 2 years. It was, listen, man, it was a pretty crazy decision. For years I worked at a particular job that I got laid off in the winter, so that was when I was able to build up the streaming thing. And then I started doing the math, and Twitch changed some stuff too with the Partner Plus program party points thing or whatever they did. So you get a much more revenue share. And then I was in talks with Ace Attack, and I'm doing the math, and then I think about it and do some more math, and I'm like, listen, I talked to my job, and it's a big decision, you know? It's huge to drop a job that
life-changing.
You've been for 20 years, #1 seniority, union gig, benefits, pension, the whole deal, you know? So, you know, I didn't burn any bridges. I could go back at any time. I'm still keeping my standings with the union, you know, but listen, every single day I wake up and I'm trying to figure out a way not to have to go back to that job because it was pretty soul-sucking. I mean, when I say I worked in the construction business, it's not like I could, at the end of the day, look at something that I built and I'm like, I built that. You know, people work in the construction industry, they're proud people. I've met a lot of them. It's a great industry full of really hardworking people. They love it, and we need them. But I was the guy with the clipboard saying, hey, I don't know, these numbers don't match up. You got to redo it. Nobody liked me. I was slowing everything down. And so it's kind of soul-sucking. I mean, but after doing some calculations, we decided if I'm not going to, if I don't do it now, I'm going to kick myself. And we're doing it in 2 years, and things have just gotten better and better. We got our schedule. The community's growing. I met a lot of people here that said that they've been following the channel for like 10 years, and then a bunch of people said, oh, I found you like 2 months ago. I'm like, well, come on in. Let's go for a ride, you know? So, yeah, it's crazy.
That's cool, and you can't do it without the partnerships, obviously Ace Tech Racing. There are many others that we've got here that we'll go through, but talk us through maybe the process of how that came around and how important has it been for you to be able to do this full time?
Yeah, when you do like brand deals, because people want to reach out, different brands, and they want to work with you as a streamer, content creator, and you know, it starts out as like, we'll give you all of our free stuff and you advertise it for free. But after a while, you start to know your value, and you know, the deals get a little bit more lucrative as you go on. And so you're able to form these relationships with these companies. You have different brand deals from companies that maybe end. So now you know you have past experience and you can rely on that and to build your value basically and show people, hey, this is what I did with this company, this is what, and then, yeah, when you're streaming a lot and stuff, companies always reach out, and you know, if they think of your value as a lot lower than you do, then you pass it up, or you know, and if you don't believe in the product, that's the thing. Ace Tech, they're like, let us send some of your products. I'm like, nah, I already got direct drive, it's fine. But they were persistent. They're like, no, really, we'll just send you the stuff. You let it. I'm like, nah, that's all right. And then after a couple of months, I was like, all right, just send it then. And then I realized, I'm like, okay, well, there is a difference in direct drive wheelbases. There really is, and you know, at the time, there wasn't that many out there. Now everybody's got direct drive, but I'm like, wow, there is a quality difference. And I'm like, this company seems like really legit, because you got to believe in what they're offering and what they have to be able to work with them.
They have to believe in you as well. You have to believe in them, right? It is mutual.
You can't, yeah. So, and that worked out really well, and other partners and stuff come on, because I guess I thought about it a couple ways. I was like, as a content creator, as a streamer, do I want to partner with sim racing products, or do I want to go the other way? And like all of a sudden, I'm like, hey, get some G Fuel, you know, or go the other way, you know, like Red Bull, or you know, you can go separate ways. And I was like, you know, I'm using this stuff. I believe in it, and they want to work together, so let's do it, you know. And we started off with like a normal contract. Now it's like, oh, I don't know if I'm supposed to say any of this.
Probably
but
not.
It's working out really good.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
It's a great relationship. They're here over yonder, so
Last until 3 months' time, and it's this much.
I mean, listen, yeah.
You obviously work with other companies as well. We've got Race Lab here.
Yeah, what overlays are you using, Malone? Race Lab overlays. Yeah, it's pretty powerful software, and it's a pretty small team, development team, and they've been really good, always coming up with new features and really cool stuff for you. So if you want more info and you want to be distracted, get Race Lab. You can fill up your entire screen with overlays.
Got your own merch store as
well?
well?
Yeah, I got some merch. Yeah. I actually running a Father's Day special right now, 10% off the entire merch store. Use promo code DAD. Got a new shirt out there now.
Casey's dad.
It's like got a little racetrack on the back, so if you're a dad and you lay down on the ground, your kid can run a little car around on there. Yeah. I didn't get one shipped in time to show you, but it's on the site. Yeah, Go Setups, man. They're kind of new to the scene, and they've been absolutely wonderful. They at first I thought it was just like a setup shop, but they do a bunch of telemetry now, and they updated their software and website. It's really good. It's pretty cheap for what you get, for sure. And everything's discounted, but yeah.
But not only have you been sponsored, but you sponsored a car. How did? Oh,
is there
hello?
something pulling on me? It's a freaking wire in the inside. It's on the inside.
It's a crocodile.
We're good. Yeah. There's somebody's trying to grab me.
But you sponsor a car now.
Yeah. So the new season they got their first race today, Saturday.
Yeah.
They got their first race tonight, actually, with the new car and a new logo. But it's just a local dirt track. And he was posting. It's a guy I went to high school with, and his name's Nathan. And he's like, anybody want to sponsor my car? And I'm like, oh, I'm ready for 0 ROI on this deal. Let's do it. So, yeah, it's just cool. It's a little small town, local circle dirt track. So I got the logo on the car, and it's just street stocks, But we go out there every once in a while with my buddies, and, it's fun. If you've ever been, you should go to, not everyone. A lot of people have, little local dirt track ovals. You got to check it out. It's a good vibe. It really is.
Absolutely. And let's talk about some of the experiences that you've been getting because of partnerships with
NASCAR.
eNASCAR.
NASCAR is a big sponsorship of the stream. I do the watch parties for the eNASCAR. Met some of the eNASCAR guys. Zelinsky's here, and Casey, obviously, and a bunch of the guys. They're right over here. But yeah, working with NASCAR, they sent me to the Chicago street race the last 2 years. They're not going to have it this year. It's going to be at Chicago Land Speedway, I guess. But yeah, it's super cool. Like on the streets of Chicago, these things. I mean, bring your hearing protection for sure, because they'll blast you. I think. But Casey Kerwin, dude, there he is, my son. If you want to know anything about NASCAR, he pulled out a list on his phone of all the NASCAR races he went to, and he's just scrolling and scrolling. Pick his brain about oval, anything oval, he knows. But yeah, that was really cool, the street. Because you got to go, because how long are they going to do that? The amount of work put in to get that street race going on is insane. I'm surprised they did it 2 years in a row. It was amazing.
Absolutely, and you also got to go. Yeah, you look like you had a real good time, by the way.
Yeah. Okay, so this was Anthony Alfredo was here. He did stage time yesterday.
Yeah.
He drove me around Charlotte last year when we were promoting NASCAR 25 with iRacing. Oh my gosh, it was amazing. And the track was a little wet, so we had to go a little bit slower. But I wanted him to go even faster, because I've done drive a fast car on a track, not like racing, but I've done the exotic stuff where you drive a Ferrari around Las Vegas.
Right? Yeah. Of course.
That was actually really fun. But I've never experienced oval, and man, it was amazing. We go. You feel like you're not going that fast, but it feels like you're going really fast, and all of a sudden there's this huge corner coming up. And I'm like, I wonder if he's going to slow down. But he doesn't, and you just get thrown into your seat, and you just let it ride. And it's a really good feeling. I was pumped up after that. Yeah, that was cool. They let us do that.
Yeah, that's
But Anthony
mad.
Alfredo drove me around. And then they scared the crap out of Kerwin, too.
Yeah, he's not a big fan of the real stuff. He just wants to stay in the sim rig.
It was fun. There you go. That's Grand Pooh Bear, too. We were at the NASCAR street course there in Chicago with Casey and all them, just hanging out. They had a nice booth for us. I mean, NASCAR take good care of us. So
let's talk about your achievements with Twitch. Obviously, holding the bleeding heart. That's a weird-looking trophy.
That is the most beautiful-looking trophy ever, Luke. You are disgusting. Why would you think that? That's for 5 million. What is it
the
for?
achievement is unreal.
Twitch achievement of 5 million watch hours total. So whatever that means.
I'm like 2 of those.
Yeah.
2 million of those, should I say.
So they send you that in the mail, and it is, I mean, I guess it's just a testament to how long I've been doing it, and the community's been there since the start. So, and just meeting everybody today, it's like, man, it feels good to be in such a good community. It really does. People are so nice, and it's different when you meet them in real life than just on a chat on a screen. I mean, it means much more when you see them and shake their hand and get a picture. It means a lot. So I do appreciate it, and I can look at ugly trophies like this too because of it.
you can give such a unique perspective of being a single man doing content to finding a lady friend, should we say, getting married, having children. What 3 tips would you give to anybody in any part of those? Like, would you give different advice to a single man that you would to someone who's married with kids?
Yeah, if you are single, you need to hit it as hard as you can. You need to be, if you got a side gig, you go full on into the side gig. If you got a full-time job, you do that. And then when you're off work, you hit your side gig really hard too. Does this sound in any way sexual? It doesn't. No.
Sounds
okay,
a lot,
bit.
but it's fine.
If you're trying to do any type of hobby and make money at it, you need to work at it harder than your normal job.
That sounds better than hit it, by the way. So that's good.
So that's what I would do. I would work. I'd come home, stream. Work, come home, stream. I mean, I'm single. What are you going to sit around and watch a movie? You're going to try to do stuff that you love, and then you want to grow. And so, yeah, but then it's tough. I know I hear a lot of people that have, like, significant others or wives or girlfriends, and they're like, well, she doesn't let me, like, sim race as much as I'd want to. And I'm like, well, yeah, because if you're not making any money doing it, it'd be really hard to convince her otherwise. I just have a different story maybe than most people. Like it was already like a self-paying side gig for me when we had met and everything, and we tried to grow it from there. But she understood. I mean, I think even on Bumble, I think I put my iRating on there or something, or as a joke or something.
There must be some competition,
So she understood right away.
Yeah.
And the first time she even saw or heard me or anything, she watched one of my videos, and she still wanted to meet up.
Wow.
So yeah, I got a good one. I outkicked the coverage for sure. I understand that.
I've been watching long enough for when she used to race.
She's great.
She tried.
Yeah, no, she did some racing too. Yeah, but I'm super blessed to have her in my life. 100%. She keeps me grounded for sure. She's always coming up with good ideas. I actually put her on the business. She's an employee now. She got a W-2, so
excellent.
She got Employee of the Month many months running. So
keeping the boss happy. Love that.
Yeah, she's great. She really is.
Right, so I'm conscious we are running out of time. We could talk for forever, me and you. But I wanted to just touch on you managed to get your own official series for Week 13.
Look,
that's amazing, right?
Yeah, it was an official Week 13 Matt Malone MX-5 Cup. I was just sweet talking the iRacing guys
Kevin's
at an expo
easy to
one
sweet
time.
talk, to be fair.
Yeah. I just thought it'd be a good idea, and they were on board with it, and it just happened the one time. Everybody asked every Week 13, like, "Oh, are you getting your own series this week?" I'm like, "No, it's just a one-time thing," and it was really cool. And yeah, I just love Mazda, and thought it'd be fun because I always thought, like, as you know how you go on the official iRacing, like all the series are sponsored. Now, and I went to him, I was like, I'd like to sponsor. I'm like, it's probably a bunch of money, but I'm like, maybe just a Week 13 thing. So we worked something out, but yeah, it was really cool. It was really cool. And then everybody put on social media, like, I got wrecked in the Matt Mullen MX-5 series. And I'm like, it had nothing to do with it. It's just the name of the series.
Oh, amazing.
So yeah, it'd be cool to do more of that stuff in the future, possibly. I don't know. That's iRacing.
Yeah, we'll do. Thank you very much for your time, Matt. Any final words you have?
Oh, no. Yeah, thanks for all the support over the years. I really do appreciate it, and I'm going to keep on going. 2 years full-time is just the beginning. And come over to the Ace Attack booth. We're going to do a master class with me and Andre, the CEO. We're going to be talking stuff. So, yeah, thanks for having me, Luke.
No problem.
Yeah.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Matt Malone in the flesh. So we're going to be disappearing for a few minutes while we have some adverts on screen, but then we have the beautiful man from RSS called Jack Stacey.
The schedule is packed today. Hey everybody, welcome back on stage of SimRacing Expo 2026 right here in Charlotte, North Carolina, fueled by D-Box, and I'd love to invite you to grab a seat and enjoy the next panel. We are getting into everything about sim racing equipment with Ready, Set, Sim. Please welcome on stage Jack Stacy. It's all yours, mate.
Thank you, thank you.
Please enjoy.
Thank you. Hi, welcome everyone. I'm Jack Stacy from Ready, Set, Sim. And we are doing something a little bit different today. I know there's a lot of brands, content creators. We're more of a third party, so we'll be doing kind of a state of sim racing. Before I get started with that, I want to introduce a man named Cam Eben. I'm sure some of you might be familiar, but if you're not, he's one of the greatest sim racers on the planet right now with over a 10,000 I rating, and he's currently in the MX5 Cup Series. The interesting thing about him is he's racing on a Logitech G27, something you can get on eBay for like 150 bucks. So in that sense, he's kind of the antithesis of why we're all here, seeing all this cool, expensive gear. In that regard, what we do at Ready, Set, Sim is help users build their sim rigs. And what we've seen with that is over a $2,000 median value for people looking to buy a sim rig. And that's across over 60,000 builds that we've collected. So a quick background about us. We are the original sim rig builder. If you're not familiar with the concept, essentially we're a PC part picker for sim racing. We've helped over 100,000 sim racers with finding hardware in various different ways. This started sort of when me and the founder both got into the sim racing at the same time and found that we go online and we see hundreds and hundreds of products and have no idea where to start. So we came together and created Ready, Set, Sim. Additionally, we just launched a tool called the Simfigurator, which is a machine learning algorithm that recommends sim racing gear based on a quiz that users can take. But my favorite part about Ready, Set, Sim and everything we've built is a wheel and wheelbase compatibility engine. As I'm sure you've noticed all around here, there's a ton of steering wheels, a ton of wheelbases that aren't the same brand. And that can get confusing, but what we do is show the path of least resistance for helping users find adapters when they want to find a cool wheel and pair that with the wheelbase that they already own. Essentially, the question that we're striving to answer is, what are people looking for and how can we help them find it? So this will be a bit data heavy, so if you're a nerd like I am, hopefully you'll enjoy this, but I'm going to throw you some numbers and see if we can find a cool story about that. To start, obviously, with the steering wheel. 81% of our builds have started with a steering wheel. And what surprised me the most, and you'll see a common theme, there's a lot of brand dominance for the guys at the top. Moza here at 48%. And as you go down the line, it gets less and less and less. But one thing I really want to focus on is this other. You'll see 18% of other. And that just means the other brands that aren't on the graph. When I compare that to wheelbase, it's only a 6% other. So what does that mean? Well, let's dive into wheelbase. Similar graph, although the percentage signs got a little messed up. But essentially the same thing with brand dominance, just less brands within that. So this introduces the concept of the ecosystem. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the sim racing ecosystem and have experienced that at some point. You have the Fanatec ecosystem, SimMagic, Acetec, et cetera, et cetera. And what we've seen, so if we look at the top of the graph, Moza at the top, which the blue's bleeding over, but 88% of people who had a Moza wheelbase in our builds selected a Moza wheel to go along with that. So that means, obviously, makes sense. You know, they've built a strong brand ecosystem. You buy a wheel and a wheelbase at the same time. But as you go down this list, you kind of see a trend of these brands that get a little bit more premium, all the way down to SimuCube. Now, SimuCube, only 14% of those wheelbase selections actually included a SimuCube wheel. And that leads into that 86%. These are all SimuCube wheelbases with some other third-party brand. And that's where that smaller brand market excels, which is something that you'll see all around the expo, with some of the more niche wheel brands really making their presence known because of the support of these more advanced product offerings. To go along with this, these are the top cross-brand pairings that we've seen. And it really illustrates that point, that as you get into the more premium hardware, you're seeing this brand mix up. And that's supported by a lot of these brands that open up their ecosystem a little bit as you get higher in. Transitioning from that, pedals. Pedals are sort of an interesting concept because you'll talk to a lot of sim racers and they'll say, hey, pedals, that's the most important thing, you know. So we've collected over 40,000 pedal selections from across 20 different brands. And again, you know, sort of a similar thing. You've got the top brands kind of dominating with their share, and it kind of bleeds off as you get into the more niche and smaller brands. The one thing I wanted to focus on was Heusenfeld. Since we're in America, there's a restaurant, of course fast food because we're American, called Raising Cane's. I don't know if you guys are familiar, but it's one of my favorite restaurants. And I like to compare Heusenfeld to Raising Cane's. Because what Raising Cane's does is they sell chicken fingers, and that's it. They do one thing right, and they do it, and they're known for it. So they have this unique brand strategy, and they're one of the most popular pedal sets on the market without having this major ecosystem. Granted, they have a new wheel and some other things, but not as much as the Mosas and Fanatec's. And we've seen an even spread across the ecosystems where people will start to break. And this is kind of that gateway into the higher end as people strive for a little bit faster lap times and somewhat more immersion. Additionally, because of that name recognition, they're our highest searched for brand, but we do see a lot of spelling mistakes, the E before the U, things of that nature. Getting into cockpit chassis, again, a similar story with over 40,000 data points collected. But the interesting thing with cockpit and chassis is the engineering moat is so much different. You have the wheelbase, and pedals, which are completely electronics-based from a manufacturing and R&D standpoint, whereas the cockpit and chassis is much more of a direct manufacturing with, you know, just metal, essentially. That's understating a bit, but so because of that, you'll see a completely different slate of brands that have really taken over within this specific category. And the interesting thing here is Track Racer holding the majority of the share. Now, getting a little bit deeper into the numbers for you data nerds like myself, I've split this cockpit and chassis selection into 4 budget segments. So obviously with entry, that's going to be a very popular segment. You know, people getting into sim racing, they want to find the bang for their buck with a wheel stand, something like that. But the thing that jumps out is the premium selections. And this is kind of the logical next step for when after you kind of graduate from that first, whether it's a desk or a simple wheel stand, we see a lot of people make that jump up to that premium category. So that's where we see a lot of domination in selections. Now within that segment, I mentioned Track Racer has a lot of brand dominance. But recently, and I'm sure you've seen, there's so many new sim racing brands out there. We've seen this Track Racer's share somewhat decrease at the expense of some of these other brands, especially in the North American region, as the competition, I'm sure, because we're here, you know, it's evident, the competition is ramping up in a big way, and I think Cockpit right now is the one that most reflects that new North American competition. So getting past kind of our blank data from the Sim Rig Builder, I mentioned the Sim Figurator earlier. So this is a machine learning platform that we developed with the Colorado School of Mines computer science program. Essentially, it's built on top of the Sim Rig Builder, so it's still getting you sim racing products, but the entry point is a quiz. And I'm sure you've seen similar things, you know, the old BuzzFeed quizzes, it's that concept. But we take in various items like budget, platform, region, etc. And we do our best to recommend a setup brand agnostic. We don't do any weighting towards any specific brands. We just want to find the best setup for whoever's taking that quiz and give it to them in a presentable way so they know where they can buy it for the best price. So with the Simfigurator, it's a little bit of a different audience because the SimRig Builder, you go and you say, okay, I know I want the Moza wheelbase. I know I want the Acetec wheel. The Simfigurator, you almost go in blind in a sense where you have a general idea of your constraints, but not as much what specifically you want. So we noticed a bit of a difference in the data from our responses over here. This was recently released, and we have just under 8,000 responses filtered out for the people that put the budget all the way up, just so we can get as much accurate data as possible. But we saw a median budget of around $1,500. So obviously still expensive, but it's skewed a little bit from that 2,000 median that we saw with the SimRig Builder, kind of more towards that beginner. And to go along with that, 72% of these respondents reported owning no sim racing gear. And this really highlights the importance of the beginner. I think we'll start to see that a little bit more and more, as a lot of these brands, they know that to get people into their ecosystem, they have to get them at the entry point, and that's the cheaper beginner gear. So the SimRig Builder, obviously, it's kind of giving us a viewpoint of people that know what they want, as I mentioned. But that Simfigurator, it gives us these constraints, and I think this is interesting data because the constraints that people provide with their budget, where they're located, things of that nature, it shows us where they will eventually funnel into inside the sim racing industry in terms of what brands they'll get, what kind of products, what kind of racing. Obviously, with this, Moza and Fanatec, because they're able to offer so much of that beginner gear and get people into this ecosystem, we see, again, a lot of dominance from them. So where does the ecosystem break happen? I mentioned with the pedals previously, but again, it's these smaller market, kind of more niche brands that are given this platform, not necessarily better gear, but it's cool, it's interesting, there's different immersion points. And what we've seen is that the people supporting that and the brands supporting that are these higher end brands and that are providing this platform for the cross ecosystem kind of to flourish in a sense. So to wrap it up, just wanted to mention, so obviously we talked about this hardware market built on ecosystems. And that's not to say that it's a good thing or a bad thing. I think it's more just a trend we've noticed. And the biggest thing is that's the options. It's the sheer amount of options. Cam on a G27 and Sim Racing Den on a $30,000 rig. And that's to put a cheesy bow tie on it. You can just, Sim Racing offers this wide range, and these amazing brands are all here to support sim racers at various points in their career and various disciplines based on your interest. Thank you very much. I was quick, but I hope you enjoyed just a little bit of data. I'm a total data nerd, so figured I'd provide something a little bit differently. If you have any questions, feel free to email me, come up to me afterwards, and I invite you to check out Ready Set Sim, especially the Simfigurator, if you're looking for maybe something different or just want to see what it recommends you for your budget. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jack Stacy from Ready Set Sim. Thank you for all the information and everybody. Next up, we have Ian Porter, aka Crimsix, on stage, talking all about his career from COD to sim racing to real life racing eventually. It's going to be fun at 4. See you then.
Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the SimRacing Expo, fueled by D-Box here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Oh, I've been waiting for this all day. I cannot wait to bring up our next guest, the most winningest player in Call of Duty history, 3-time world champion, now fully fledged race car driver. It's Ian Porter, aka Crimsix. Hey, man.
How's it going?
You good?
Good.
Take a seat, my friend.
All right.
Oh, man, what do you think? SimRacing Expo in America?
Oh, yeah. It's interesting. It's very interesting. It's actually weird being here in Charlotte because I had one of my first Halo tournaments.
Really?
Like, literally in the same hall.
Wow.
So, like, literally in this spot, looking down, you know, seeing the crowd and whatnot. I mean, we sort of got obliterated, but we won't talk about that.
Well, we probably will,
We
to be
probably
fair.
will, actually. Yeah.
We will go through your Call of Duty career, but first of all, we've got a video to play about what you're up to now.
Yep. So right now, I'm professionally driving with Raffle Racing, and I'm in a Lamborghini Super Trofeo in the Pro-Am category.
I think we should let the video.
What do I hope
talk
to
for itself.
achieve?
Yep.
Win. I want to win. Ian, one of the coolest stories in racing. I used to be a pro gamer for almost 20 years. He was the best in the world ever at Call of Duty.
I'm on a new level.
Decides to retire, becomes a professional sim driver.
Ian turned pro, simming 12 hours a day, and turns out he's actually an incredible driver.
Starts doing track days with us, and basically has been at the front and winning almost everything.
I mean, his first race, he goes out and beats everyone by a lot. How?
I'm on a new level. I'm on a new level. Brought me a new shovel. Put these
I can
niggas in.
see why he was the best in the world at Call of Duty. He's just a machine.
It doesn't really matter where you come from. When you're a natural born winner, you're gonna come out on top.
Every single waking moment of my life is going to be dedicated towards this. We're not here to just participate. I'm here to win.
So there you go. That is it all summed up in about 60 seconds. But it started in terms of your pro career in Call of Duty. Well, I guess technically no, it was Halo, right? But then Call of Duty. But how did gaming start for you? Where did you start, and when did you realize, oh, I'm pretty good?
Well, I remember the first time I was already gaming a lot as a kid, you know, playing online stuff like game battles back in the day. But the moment I saw like professional esports was actually like Halo on TBS. It was like on cable television. And then you started seeing these players on like Dr. Pepper cans, you know, getting sponsored by Red Bull. I was like, okay, like maybe I can do this. And at the time, like I didn't really know what I wanted to do in life. I was basically going to college, taking a whole bunch of classes, and you know, basically just to fulfill like credit requirements. But I was like, I have no idea what I want to do. The one thing I wanted to do was go home and play video games. So it was it's a weird time in my life, but there was definitely struggle convincing my parents, and you know, the money wasn't even there at the time. It was more of a hobby, and then basically money started coming in, and that's where it turned into a profession.
Yeah, Optic made a video 2 weeks ago, like you're putting some of the old school players against maybe a player who's played for 2 years, who's earned more money,
Yeah.
and it's the player who's been playing for 2 years each
Yep.
and every time because it's just gone so high.
Yeah, it's the money involved now is exponentially higher. I remember my first ever pro contract was $500 a month. 500. Yeah. And it was like, it was enough at the time, obviously inflation and whatnot, but yeah, it was, and then going, you know, to 6-digit contracts in Call of Duty, it was a massive difference throughout the years. Just in the span of a decade, I went from $500 a month to, I don't even know how much I was making in Call of Duty, but it's been a wild ride.
Absolutely. Well, you ended up on the complexity roster here. You've got Aches on the left-hand side, TP second to left, and Clay, probably regarded as one of the best of all time, alongside yourself.
Yep.
You know, how long did it take this team to become a championship-winning team?
I would say it was actually the year before when we saw, well, actually, no, it was the same year. But basically, we saw our opponents. They weren't going to school like we were. They weren't in college or anything like that. And we knew we were, like, skill-wise on par, but our, like, time and our practice and the effort we were putting in just wasn't as much. So I would say that was, like, our first event win, my very first one. Like, the event before, we were like, hey, what if we just went all out on this? Like, what if we, like, not just one of us, but all of us? Like, what would happen if we all put in 100%? Like, let's just try it for a month and a half and see what happens. And then that was my first win. And up until that point, I'd lost everything, every single tournament for like 8-9 years straight. So it was a massive learning experience and a huge moment for me where it's like, hey, you can do whatever you want as long as you practice and you focus in on the goal and give it everything. Like, you're going to have to make sacrifices, but you can do it.
Absolutely. You won champs very early in your career.
Yep.
There's some guys who never win it. Some guys who wait 10 years and they finally get their hands on the chip. You won it very, very early. Did you think at that point you would have the career you ended up having? Did it cross your mind at all?
Honestly, back then, I was just focused on the next one, or the one coming up. So it was like, this was a cool moment, right? But it was so funny. They actually thought something was wrong with me because I wasn't celebrating, right? And that previous picture, it was like, when we lost champs the year before, when we lost the world championship, it was so devastating that I was like, all right, everything now for the next 12 months is in preparation for this moment. And I wasn't really celebrating because it was a blowout. Like, everyone we beat, we just smoked them. And I was expecting more of our opponents to put up a fight. And that was what I was like sort of looking forward to, was, you know, going the distance versus an opposing team and clutching up in those big moments. But there was no moment to clutch up in. So it was actually like a weird sort of sensation, because it's like you won, but I didn't feel like I earned it. So that's what honestly kept me focused. All right, like, let's win the next one. Let's win the next one. Let's just keep doing this and see what happens.
What a lineup that is now, in hindsight, right? You know, you look at what Damon went on to do. You look at Aches and yourself. You're always in the conversation of the greatest of all time. Is TP one of the most underrated players of all? Like, he doesn't get the credit he deserves, right?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. It's like, out of all four of us, Teep is he's probably got the best
fundamentals.
Well, fundamentals, but I would say, like, situation right now, like with content. He's gone into content. He's sponsored by Monster. Like, he's just absolutely killing it in Call of Duty Warzone. So, you know, I think that if you ask Teep, like,
he wouldn't trade it. No.
Yeah, he wouldn't trade anything for what he has right now. So, I think it's awesome. We're all sort of doing our own thing, and it's moments like, it's so funny. You cropped out that picture because I was wearing shorts. Funny story about the shorts. You don't see professional gamers in shorts because it looks bad, right? I always had the
chicken legs.
Yeah. I always had the complaint, and they would always laugh at this. They're like, you got a point, but, like, it's not happening. Is I was like, if skinny people can wear hoodies, why can't fat people wear shorts? So, it was all about the temperature in the convention centers. But I love wearing shorts to game in. But yeah, those are the best jerseys
for sure
of all time.
Yeah. This is the roster that not only catapulted your following, earnings, but also I think it catapulted Call of Duty into the stratosphere it's in now. At the time, because I guess you were living at 60-50 then, right?
Yeah, so we were all pretty much in the same house.
Did you know whilst you were in that bubble that this was going to be as big as it ended up being?
Not really, man. I mean, back then we were all just focused on content. Well, Call of Duty, content, gym, and also Counter-Strike at night. This team, we'd actually play Call of Duty in the day. We did everything together. We'd play Call of Duty in the day, prank each other for content, go to the gym, work out together, come home, and play Counter-Strike until we got tired and fell asleep. So we knew the Counter-Strike thing was an issue when we started matching North American pros. We're like, hey, we're matching pros on a different game. And we should probably stop playing this. They're not good. But yeah, those are good times. That was from one of the X Games. That was when we got the X Games gold medal, which was a weird one. Going into the athlete lounge.
Athlete lounge, yeah.
Athlete lounge.
Yeah.
We were allowed in there, and we're just seeing people shredded out of their minds, like actual athletes, I think, in my opinion, looking at us like, what are you doing here? And yeah, we went in there once and didn't go back in there again.
No,
yeah.
probably a good idea. You probably get it now. You're in great shape now.
Yeah,
to be fair to you.
yeah. I could probably, maybe. I don't know. I don't know.
So this roster, for people who may not have come across Call of Duty, was a roster that probably should have won everything, and it just there was a as Dunlop would have said, the curse is broken. There was a curse.
Yeah.
Just never ever materialized in champs, but you eventually got it.
Yep. Yeah, that was a good one.
Did I feel like the weight was lifted off? What was the pressure like in that moment?
Yeah, I'd say that the weight was lifted off, definitely. It was the weirdest thing because I just remember leaving that event and I felt like, oh my God, the amount of people that were supporting us in that moment, finally breaking the curse and winning, it was unreal. I recently went to Champs in Dallas last year, or whenever it was, maybe 2 years ago. I was like, I could have sworn we had more people at our Orlando one, and they were like, no, this one has 5,000 more people. And I was like, what? That's not what I remember.
Right.
So that was a really good one, though.
So you stopped thinking about the next one, and this wasn't, you actually savored this one maybe as you got a little bit older?
No, I mean, when we won that, I was still laser focused on the next tournament, right? That was when basically the World Championship moved to the end of the year. So I think that actually sort of it created a weird scenario because going into the following game, I was still super committed to winning, and I think it showed in the first couple of events. But yeah, that was an awesome moment and that was my second one. That event, that was Vegas. That was the one event we won in Black Ops 4, and then yeah, actually they were talking about it today on the Optic podcast. And man, Dashy, man, if only he had his passport renewed,
yeah,
I think the year would have gone differently. Or if TJ Halley could use a specialist correctly, so.
Yeah, there's always some funny stories in COD. Kyler not being able to spell his name correctly.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's some wild ones.
So, the arguably the most famous roster in esports history, I would say.
Yeah.
Not just Call of Duty. Best friends, did everything together.
Yep.
And it just ends. It was obviously things have all patched up now, but at the time it was bad.
Yep.
You ended up going on your villain arc. I would like to call it.
Yeah.
You're always the bad guy. You always perceive the bad guy. Just to let you know, secrets behind scenes. One of the nicest guys I've ever met, genuinely.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it when we first met in Poland, how nice you are. But this was your villain arc. This was where you went on your own, and you hadn't been without the usual players you played with for what?
Yep.
6, 7 years?
Yeah. So I mean, I would say it sort of all started in complexity. Because we're always playing against Optic.
Yeah.
So anyone playing against Optic, you're getting booed no matter what. And then you start beating them, that's when they start to not like you. You know what I mean? Sort of changed, and then back to that with Empire. So, but yeah, that team was really good. And I think that year was sort of pivotal to me because that was like the first year that I wasn't on optic for like 6-7 years. So, or whatever, however long it was. It felt like that long. But yeah.
The newbies at this point, obviously, they both come from Halo, similar story to you.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I played against Kyler a whole bunch back in like Advanced Warfare, but Shotzi was relatively new. But again, it was like the perfect pairing because we had myself and Clay, who had a whole lot of experience, and basically like we had a really good system and a really good method on how to prepare and practice for these tournaments, and basically taught these new guys, you know, how to accomplish that. And Illy Ender, he's not in the photo, but great guy. That guy's probably the nerdiest teammate I've ever played. I remember going into the World Championship. It was a COVID year, so cut him some slack here. But we're like looking at our iPhone like health stats, right? And we're talking to each other. We're like, what's your monthly average steps? Like your daily monthly average steps per day. And we're like reading them off like 5 to 10,000. And then you get to Ender, guy in the I guess my left, your right. Maybe it's your left. He's next to me. His daily steps was 46. 46.
That's coming down the stairs to get breakfast and go back upstairs.
He didn't leave his room.
Wow.
His parents would bring him food. His bathroom and shower was right then and there. But like, everyone's thinking, you know, oh my God, that's horrible. That's pathetic. But in my head, I'm like, oh my God, we won. Like, how are you going to beat that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he's doing nothing but sleeping or practicing. Like, people don't really understand that, like, that's sort of the dedication and the obsession that it takes to be on top of the world, you know? And what do you know? We have the best strats you could come up with for the World Championship, and we ended up winning.
Well, you won your second with Optic. Clay won his second with EU. Was it EU United?
Yeah.
And you two were the first two to become 3-time champions. Is that right?
No, Damon.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
It's now a 57-time champion.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. So there was 3 of you then that become 3-time champions. Shotzi's obviously gone on to become a 3-time champion now as well. But how sweet is it that you've done it with 3 different rosters and you've always brought a young and up-and-comer with you along the way?
Yeah. No, it's awesome, man. I mean, those World Championships are nice, and then the IRS comes in and takes a lot of it, which sucks. But yeah, the moment, you know, it's cool because, especially at the end of the year, because you have sort of 3 months where you're on top of the world. Like, you're only as good as your last tournament, your last race, your last event, whatever you're competing in. And when you have a 3-month break after the big one, like, it's a good 3 months.
Of course.
So.
I'm very conscious of our time here, so I'm going to briefly talk about the New York subliners.
We were terrible, and then we were really good, and then went back to terrible. Conscious of your time.
And you made the decision to call it a day.
Yeah, and then I quit.
What a career.
Yeah,
First of all, congratulations, mate.
Yeah, thank you. It was a wild ride, to say the least. I mean, I sort of got too old, you know? The young guys coming in, 18 years old, they're speaking a different language than me, you know? So it became like very tiresome to do the same exact process. Like year after year, new people coming in, like you gotta explain everything again, and it's just like, that year I was like, you know what, I don't wanna do it anymore, so.
But a record that will more than likely never be broken, 38 chips.
Yep.
Unbelievable career.
Yeah, thank you.
And then you did the unthinkable.
Yep.
And joined FaZe.
Yep.
And everyone was wondering why.
Yeah.
And it wasn't for FPS.
Yeah.
We get the classic Crim's huge.
Yeah, so for all the sim racers out there, they used to call me Fat Man in Call of Duty.
They still do call me that.
Well, they still do call me that, yeah. At the end. And yeah, that was sort of my thing. Increasing width.
Which is not good for racing.
Yeah,
ironically.
which is actually really, yeah.
It's really bad.
It's very true. Yeah, but basically got the call from FaZe and Porsche to compete in ESL R1, and I'm like, all right, you guys know I suck, right? They're like, yeah, there's a prize pool. We didn't even tell you. Like, we're not expecting you to go out there and do well or anything. Like, this is more of like a PR stunt.
Represent the brand.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, so on that call, they said that, hey, the first event is in Katowice, Poland, in 48 hours. And I'm like, what? Like, so all my preparation methods and everything sort of went out the window. There's 2 tracks. There was Spa and Hockenheim. I was like, all right, I don't have time to practice both. I'm going to just practice one. So I practiced Spa, right? Little did I know that like Spa is like, sort of the most practiced track on like any sim out there. So everyone was really good at Spa, and people were like sort of same exact method, not really practicing Hockenheim. But the funniest story was actually Hockenheim. I didn't even know the layout before going to compete. So I'm watching the like iRacing like hot laps, right, or like a track guide, and it was Yuri that was doing the video, and I line up on stage and I'm like, oh my God, that's him. You know what I mean? And what I actually did to watch the video was I faked like I had to go to the bathroom and watched it on the toilet because I was too embarrassed to watch it in front of anyone else.
Right.
Yeah. So, but came out and the guy that was doing the hot lap guide was standing right next to me on the stage. And at that moment, I knew I was going to get destroyed. And it did not go well. And I became the laugh. That was the infamous interview.
Well, it was, but I don't think you were a laughing stock at all. It was the first time we met. It's the first time the boys at Redline, or now Verstappen SimRacing, sort of took you under their wing a little bit. It says, talk about the night out. No, don't talk about the night out. No, we're not allowed to talk about that.
Okay.
But yeah, you got taken under their wing a little bit.
Yeah.
And what were the biggest differences I know how brutal it is, right?
Yeah.
But what's the differences between being in an esports organization or esports surroundings in Call of Duty than in sim racing, specifically like Enzo and those boys? Like it's brutal, right?
I mean, honestly, how brutal it is, right? Like the coaching and whatnot. Because if I did a corner terribly, they would let me know immediately, But so it was actually like I was very used to that. I was very used to the brutal honesty. And I think that like me being so used to that from the FPS games, right? Like I could take the insults out of their instructions. I could really remove myself personally from what they wanted me to do. And I think that was actually the major shortcut, because I was getting coaching that you can't buy a session with Enzo or Chadwick or Kevin.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe you can. I don't know what they're doing, but those guys actually I learned so much in 2 years that probably would have taken me by myself 10 years. So the biggest thing is
abusive coaching.
A little bit, maybe. I mean, I would say it was just very strong coaching.
Very constructive.
Yeah, very constructive coaching. But that's the biggest thing is in order to improve in driving in general, whether it's in real life or in the sim, you need to learn off someone who's faster. And that's the thing is there's always someone faster, until you reach where Max is at, right?
Yeah, he's quite good.
Yeah. Until you get to F1, there is always someone faster, literally. So that's the biggest advice I give to people that are coming up is find someone faster that's willing to help you out.
And you leveraged work. It became very clear what the deal was about with FaZe and Porsche at the time, and you've leveraged it to become a real life racing driver. And I've heard it from the boys. A 4-time Formula 1 world champion. You're quite good. Those are the compliments you get because you are very good at driving. There's no pity drive here. You've worked on your craft. You've got yourself into unbelievable shape, and you're bloody quick.
Yeah.
But talk us about how that works out.
Yeah. So I think, man, I saw this. I saw this reel last night. It's from the movie Nightcrawler. Have you seen it? Jake Gyllenhaal? It's
No.
Listen, just hear me out on this quote. It's you have to make the money, or no, I said it wrong. I messed this up. In order to win the lottery, you have to make the money to buy a ticket. So you have to work hard in order to get lucky, right? And like that is the best. That is the best mindset you can have, because I think the harder you work, the more lucky you're going to get. And honestly, this whole entire position and where I'm at right now, and as far as being a real life driver, right? It wouldn't have been possible if I didn't work my ass off like every single day for like 15 years. You know, if I didn't have that Call of Duty if I didn't win in Call of Duty, I wouldn't have had the Call of Duty backstory. Without the Call of Duty backstory, I wouldn't have been on Porsche's radar, right? And if I'm not on like Porsche's sim racing team, I'm not in the spot. So it's like that's the most important thing. If you're going from trying to become a sim racer to a real racing driver, you have to basically set yourself apart. Like anyone can get good at sim racing. Anyone can have crazy high iRacing rating, right? Like an iRating, or win championships, this and that. But like, there has to be a reason for people to invest a lot of money in you and basically put you in the real deal.
Absolutely. So. Well, we're very, very short on time because me and you could talk forever, I think.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Talk about what you're currently running in as well. Although the video there, we had the Super Trofeo, you celebrating there, but you're in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo now.
Yeah, the Lambo's hard. I'm not gonna lie, the Lamborghini is very difficult to drive. It's unlike any other car I've ever driven. It's a lot of drama on the wheel, and it's a 10-year-old race car, essentially. You know, it's aero upgrades here and there, but it's definitely a learning experience to me, because I'm so used to GT4, and then you get in that thing, which it's like, if we were running Michelin's, it might be faster than a GT3 car, you know, which is crazy to think about. And then you got 40 cars on the grid. So.
Not easy.
Yeah, it's not easy at all. Yeah, not easy.
So if there's anyone out there that wants to come and get involved in your journey, where can they find you?
You can find me Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, sort of. Trying to work on that. But yeah, we're basically posting content, whether it's racing in real life, lifestyle stuff, gaming, sort of trying to do it all and get as much content and as much of my story out there as possible. So.
Excellent stuff. Thank you so much for your time, mate. It's been an absolute pleasure. We'll be back very shortly after these messages with Vero Motion, talking about all of their latest technology.
welcome back again on stage of SimRacing Expo 2026 right here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Fueled by D-Box, my name is Matt, and I'm so happy to introduce you to our next stage panel. I hope you're all well. Just come on over, have a seat, because we're diving deep into, let's say, not only seeing a racetrack, but feeling it. And this we do with none other but Mark Andrisikin, the CEO of Veromotion. Nice to have you here, mate.
Thanks for having me.
Stage is all yours. Enjoy.
Thank you. All right, guys. Like you said, my name is Mark Andre, CEO of Veromotion. First off, I want to start off by saying thank you to the SimRacing Expo for allowing us to come up here and say a few words. I think one of the things that is becoming more and more relevant in sim racing is motion. It's immersion. Sims are getting better and better in how they can replicate real-life racing and allow you to make your sim more customizable to what you like. I think for the last years, the active pedal has been the big topic. Now that we've had a couple of offerings on the market, and I'm sure much more will come, we're all looking for what's next. Motion has been around for a while, but there hasn't been that many options, and it's also always been expensive. It still is, and we are doing our absolute best to try and reduce that and reduce the ceiling into motion, and we'll explain kind of what our products are currently and what we have coming up to get there. So before I even go into who we are, I want to take the time to say thank you to some of the people that have helped us explode, because we've only really been public for about 10 months now. Our adventure started at the Sim Gaming Expo in Chicago, which we then went to the SimRacing Expo in Germany, and then followed it up with PRI with our great friends at Podium One. One thing that has been fantastic for us is through our partners, which build amazing simulators, is being able to get you guys to experience all of our hard work. And every time we go to the expos and we get your feedback and feedback from drivers, from people from different aspects of the market, we keep learning and getting better. And because we're also sharing that great experience with you, we keep growing exponentially from these expos. So again, thank you guys for coming out here and trying the product and speaking about your experiences. But again, thank you for all of our great partners like Podium One in Nashville. They've come out to these shows, bring these amazing simulators, and they also bring our products on a great level for you guys to try. So just want to give another shout out to some of our main partners. We have many, many more. But we have Simufy that have come down from Spain, so they're going to be carrying a lot of our products now for Europe, since we are trying to move more and more over there. Our great friend Netis from Helante, he's also growing, building some great simulators out in Lithuania. Boundless Sim Racing, which is also here. A new one to our list is Advanced Sim Racing. We've known the guys there for a very, very long time. They're 2 hours down the road from us. And after trying our products and after a lot of long discussions, we're now entering a new relationship, and we're hoping that one can grow very well. You guys have known them for a while. They build amazing cockpits. We're the first with the flat face, which I'm a huge fan of. Easy to customize and make some beautiful colors. We've got Focus Sim Racing out in California. Sim Foundry, so Brian is here from Sim Foundry. Many of you may not know him yet, but you're going to see more and more content from us. He built an amazing simulator for Tony Stewart. And Tony Stewart used to not be a big fan of motion, but ever since he's discovered our 6 stuff, he can't get off of it. He's now faster than he's ever been, beating guys that he couldn't beat before. And he now wants another system as his second residence. So that speaks to high volume. So thank you for Brian from Sim Foundry for that. And then our next step is Abruzzi out in the UK. So we'll keep growing our network. We now have sim rigs on Australia. So every week we're having conversations to grow that network and make the product more and more available for you guys to go and try and then be able to just purchase off the shelf. So, who is Veromotion? So, something that some people might know and some don't, we try and have a presence online and speak about this, but I have been a sim racer for 28 years. I've been a real racer for 20 years. A thing that is common nowadays is people going from the sim to racing. We see it all the time. I did that back in 2007. This was way before its time, and believe me, it was a challenge trying to make people believe that a racer or sim racer, somebody playing games, could actually do well. I remember my first race ever that I've done, the instructors I had at my racing school were in the same race, same cars, Honda Civic, I still remember this. In my first race, I lapped all of my instructors. I knew there and then that sim translated to reality. Since then, I've coached over 2,000 people in real life from the passenger seat. I've taken other people from the sim to reality, such as Sueli Almeida. I've always wanted to make that relationship really link between the sim and reality. And one thing for me that was missing in the past was always a motion system that connected with me. And finally, with the help of PT Actuator, we merged together, and through their engineering know-how and through all of my experience and knowledge and the standards that I was looking for, we've brought you Vero Motion. Now, let's have a conversation about what is it that we offer. So we offer 3 lines of work. We have the champion, the legend, and the rival. Champion essentially just refers to anything that is 3 DOF. So what is that? 3 degrees of freedom. You have your pitch, your roll, and your heave. Within the champion line, we have the Champion GT and the Champion GTR. Champion GT refers to a 4-inch actuator, and the Champion GTR refers to a 6-inch actuator. For most of your sim racing needs, the 4-inch actuators is more than enough. The 6-inch actuator, we have one here. The 6-inch actuator system, which is a Legend GTR that we have, we're running the same profile as the 4. Where the 6-inch, the GTR comes in really in its own form, or where it should be used, is either industrial use, or if you're going to, let's say, put a car chassis, because it can't take up the 17,063 pounds. So if you take the engine out of a car chassis, you can put that right onto the 3DOF, and you have a real car moving. That's where it shines. Or if you are a flight person and want to really take the maximum advantage of the pitch and roll for what you're going to experience in flight. Because again, you're going to go from 12 to 17 degrees versus the 18 to 25. So if you're going to do especially flight, and you want to be able to change aggressive degrees, and that's where you would do that. Now, even our Champion GT actuator, which is our 4-inch actuator, currently the entry-level actuator that we have, it is a very small and raw construction that is easy to install onto your rig. It will go onto pretty much any extrusion system, whether it's a flat face or has tracks onto the outside profile. We include everything that you need in order to mount that to the system. But even that system will take up to 705 pounds. So once you put your extrusion, if you've got active pedals, a big direct drive wheelbase on there, and even if you're a bigger person, you will have no issues with the weight bearing capacity of our Champion GT. Our controller itself is very small, easy to put into the chassis. So just bolt it underneath your chassis, and then it hides away. The other thing that we've done with our system is older systems used to take a lot of power draws and used to use AC power, which can create a lot of EMI issues, which will cause interference with your USB devices. We've created a DC 48-volt system, so it's much cleaner power, less power draw, which means you don't get disconnection issues for your other devices. Everything runs continuously and reliably. All right? I'm going to move on to the Legend system. So this is what has been shining. For me, I always thought that our Champion line was going to be what was going to change the game, and it has. Because one thing I forgot about, our entry level on the Champion GT is $6,500. The Champion GTR, because it's a much more robust and industrial product, is $9,500. We wanted to lower the ceiling. We always thought the Champion GT was going to be huge and mega, and it has been. But the Legend system, I knew was always special. But it is a more expensive system, and I thought we'll get a handful of sales. We are selling so many Legend systems, and the reason why, if you haven't had a chance to try it here at the Expo, find somewhere you can. It is a system that truly connects you to the rear of the car like nothing else. Inside of this platform is 3 actuators. 2 are dedicated for your sway and surge. 1 is dedicated to, sway and yaw, and 1 is dedicated to the surge. Where our system becomes unique to anything else out there that is a 6DOF is think about a car. A car connects you to the ground through 4 corners. That's where the Champion GT system comes in on the corner of your rig. It acts as your suspension, your tires connected to the track. You can be pitched, rolled, and heave as much as you want. Our sway, yaw, and surge actuators, because they are independent of that, have 100% capacity. The other thing that's great about this now, on top of the independence, is the fact that if you're driving a car, traction loss and yaw is something that is perfectly horizontal. The actuators that are filling that purpose are positioned in that way and only function in that way. And that's why if you go out there and try everything that's 6DOF, and you try our system, this is what we keep hearing after every expo, and we're hearing from many real race car drivers. It's that connection to the rear end that you need to feel the difference between what's grip and what's traction loss, and what's proving to make guys like Tony Stewart faster on the sim. And we're going to talk about that a little bit later on. What's new to us is the Rival system. So we have new belt tensioners. This is something that we've been working on for a long time. I needed something that really created the pressures you would have in a real car. In a real car, our belts go on as tight as you can, and you should almost feel a little bit of pain just sitting there and not moving and doing anything. Once you start driving and you hit those brakes harder, you get a lot of lateral G-force, it shouldn't feel like belts are moving on your shoulders. It should just feel like a pressure. And that's essentially what took us a long time to get there, but we finally did. And I think we really have something special. We're happy that we were able to bring it here for the first time. We've been loving the feedback that you guys have been sharing. We will continue to improve them, but they're now available off the website. So we have the Rival, which is a very simple system, 2 rotary motors. And then, unfortunately, we don't have a picture of it yet, but it's here on the floor within Podium 1 and Boundless. But we have the Rival GTR, which is 2 linear actuators. Both will do incredible pull forces that would simulate the correct G-forces. The linear, because it's not winding on a pulley system and it's a direct force, is more precise. So if you're looking for all of the precision that you can get, the Rival GTR is the product for you, and it's $2,800. If you're looking for a solid immersion, something that is compact, simpler to install, and just takes less room on your simulator, then the Rival is the great product for you. So again, we have the Champion systems, which are 3DOF, Legend systems, which are 6DOF, and the Rival systems, which are our belt tensioners. All right. Now we want to talk about what we're proud of.
Sweat Almeida, and I went from sim racing to real life racing.
A 1-2 with Jamie Garrett and Melissa Gozera.
I don't drive with anger. You drive one of these in anger, where it's an incredibly visceral.
This is Zachary Roach, Canadian professional racer. He's competed in legendary races across the world.
We've worked with many real-life drivers, such as even people that are not on this, like Johnny O'Connell, which was 8 times winners of the Sebring 12-hour race that believes in our products. These are some of the people that were early adapters and early believers in what we were doing. Zach Robichon is local to us, and a story that I always like telling with Zach Robichon, he's been on driver in the loop system, stuff that's multi-million dollars, and he just doesn't connect with it. He comes onto our system, and especially our 6DOF system, and I always remember this. The first time he tried our Legend system, he's usually about half a second slower than I am on the sim. He's getting ready for Suzuka, takes turn 1, and then he just feels that little slip on the back wheel. For the rest of the corner, he's just playing with the rear end, and I saw that light bulb go straight on. 2 laps later, he is now 2 to 3 tenths faster than I am a lap. I get back on the sim, I can't even get within that time. He needed that connection. So for those that are really relying on that connection, this is a system that will give it. Suelio Almeida. Suelio Almeida was always somebody that didn't necessarily believe in motion, and now with everything that's been out there, we've done a podcast from Germany where he'll now tell you, for what he believes is 99% of the people will go faster with the motion system because it now is giving you that precision. Melissa and Jamie, these are my adopted mothers. I love these two women. They both race in Ferrari Challenge. These are people that are new to racing. They've been doing it for maybe 2 to 3 years. They rely on the sim and especially the motion to get used to tracks that they've never been on. And it's not like they're going recreationally driving. They're going toe-to-toe North America Ferrari Challenge. And the way that they do this is using the sim and the motion to learn the track where the bumps are and get used to it. Now, very recently, they made Ferrari Challenge history. For the first time ever in any Ferrari Challenge series internationally, it's the first time that women were first and second on the podium. So very, very proud of that achievement. Then we have John DeGainer. John DeGainer, bit of an older gentleman. He's not racing new high downforce stuff. He races old TA2 and he races vintage. And for the last 3 years in his category of SVRA vintage, he's dominated the championship. And he has done that with the motion systems that we've provided him with, that we've been testing for a long time. Before this is a guy that was racing for many, many, many years, and the best that he would achieve would be 5th or 6th. He was never on the podium. But again, because of what we have now, he's just there, and now he just keeps pushing, and I love him for that. I'm going to wrap this off with something that I always love to talk about. Does motion make you slower? We've all seen that video from Max Verstappen where he says, at home I use a static rig because it's faster. All these kinds of motion rigs are slower. It's our finding with the testing that we're doing, if you have the right motion, you can actually go faster. We're not saying this for a true fact, but we keep pushing this and testing it, and whatever way we do it, we keep finding the same results. Even to Suelio Almeida's comment that 99% of the drivers will go faster, but not the 1% aliens. Wouldn't you agree that someone like Aaron Vasquez, which has the highest I rating in the world, be that 1%? So what we did at the SimRacing Expo in Germany with the help of VRS is we put him on a static, a 3-DOF, and a 6-DOF.
Hey everyone, it's Adam here with Vero Motion. I'm here with a very special guest. State your name for the camera.
Aaron Vasquez.
And what's your I rating?
13K.
13,000 I rating, and we've had Aaron try our 6-DOF and 3-DOF and static sims over at the VRS booth. Tell us, Aaron, what simulator did you do your fastest lap on?
I was faster with the motion because you can feel everything, so you can be more aggressive in the corners because you can feel everything, so you can go a little bit more faster and aggressive, so that gives you a little bit more time than with the static one.
Motion by Vero Motion.
So, doesn't that at least make you doubt what Max was saying? Doesn't that maybe tell you that this needs to be tested more? Which is what we hope to do. And please share with us, how can we put this to the test? Because we will do it. We will absolutely do it. And I think a lot of that has to do with the way the motion can connect with you. If you have a good wheel with good force feedback, will it not help you understand what's going on better in the track? Now that's just your hands. So imagine now with a good motion system, you're getting force feedback through the rest of your body. So it's our belief, if with the proper motion system, you tune it for the cues that you are looking for, you will go faster. Now again, we're not saying this for a fact, but with your help, with these expos and with the tests that you want us to do, we will continue to test this, and hopefully one day we'll be able to say that as a fact. So guys, thank you very much for coming. We are Vero Motion. We will continue to innovate and give you guys some fun things to try out, and please continue to pass your feedback to us so we can continuously get better. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Mark. Thanks so much for all this valuable information. Great to have you here. And next up, and to finish today's content, we'll be hearing from the guys at VRS at 5. See you then. Hi everybody, welcome back on stage of SimRacing Expo 2026 right here in Charlotte, North Carolina, USA, fueled by D-Box. My name is Matt and we're heading into the last panel of the day. Last but not least, definitely, it's reserved for VRS. VRS delivers wheels, wheelbases and pedals, but also tools and coaching. And I heard rumors that the guys brought like at least one big announcement. Let's see what they have for us. Please welcome Alex Simpson and Ray McGeechy for their presentation. Enjoy, guys. Thank you.
Hey everybody, my name is Ray. Like he said, that's Alex. Thank you guys for being here today. We hope that all the people out there watching in YouTube and social media absolutely enjoy what we bring to the table. So at VRS, we all say hi. How are you?
Hello.
So at VRS, we have, oh my God, so many people. There are about 1,000 plus sim racing brands that exist out there. As you can see on the showroom floor, everybody's showing you great gear, everybody's showing you great content. We've got sims, we've got shifters, we've got handbrakes, we've got everything here. With all of these brands, you can see how things are spread about, but there's not many in the sim racing industry that does what we do. And as you can see, there are thousands, and if you just try to pick every little item here, you'd probably leave with bags and bags of stuff, which many of you have probably spent money on. We hope that you come to VRS and spend some money there as well. But we see that as a fragmented setup. And anybody who knows and has an Android phone knows what fragmentation is. Sometimes you have so many different things. Well, how about if you can get them all in one place at one time? And at VRS, we do believe that by bridging all the gaps together, we can give you an ecosystem that's cohesive, but you can still bring all of your various different peripherals to our system. So at VRS, we have hardware, we have virtual racing tools, we have coaching and learning, and that just allows you to get everything all in one house. So that means you don't have to go anywhere else. You can. But at VRS, you can get coaches from anybody on Alex's team. You can come and buy some of our hardware, test it out. We have some great things to show. And then you can use our virtual racing tools to see how well you're doing on the track. Many times you get on track, you have no idea what you're doing, and you need somebody to help you. And that's where VRS as a company, we think we can help you with great ideas, great results. And we're not a big company, we're actually quite small. And we'll talk about that here. So Peter Dimov founded VRS in 2016. He really saw a gap and said, hey, I need something that I can get in and I can look at telemetry and I can see where I compare to everybody else. Well, he starts the company and now at 2026, we have 22 members. Many people think that VRS is this massive company. We have all of these people sitting in some big corporate building. There's 22 of us working all around the world. In fact, he's from the UK. I'm living right in Ohio. I'm originally from New York myself. We have people that live in Bulgaria and all around the world. So on Discord, we have over 22,000 members. What that means is we have a community. And for myself, I don't know about you, I care about the sim racing community, VRS cares about it, and we want to make sure that when we make something and bring it to you, that it's exactly what you're asking for, looking for, but also you can offer feedback. We don't get to where we are without taking feedback from all of the people in the sim racing community. We have very big ideas, but we value quality over price. That's why if you saw the review by OC Racing, he took our pedals out of a brown box. There's no unboxing experience. It's, I can charge you a lot more money for a big fancy box, or I can give you pedals that do exactly what you want them to do. And I think that's where our value goes. So it's always going to be quality over price every day of the week. Our goal is to get you faster. And that means providing you with virtual tools, coaching, and equipment so that you can shave the milliseconds off. My friends are actually in the audience. These are my family. And I just want to be better than them. So as long as I'm better than them, I do get faster. I actually agree. So hardware, coaching, telemetry, bring it to a cohesive unit together. That's how we want to be. And you just want to, again, I just want to beat my mates. And as long as I beat them, I use the gear, and I absolutely love it. Results, well, how do you measure results? Through people like yourself. If you hit us up in Discord, we see your comments on YouTube, we hear you comment on all the videos that I make, and you guys come over to the booth and, hey Ray, I see your YouTube, hey, I like your stuff. We really appreciate it. And you can see, if my house catches fire, I'm saving my VRS pedals. Now, I don't know about you, but I probably agree with that. Saving my gear first. And you can see from the various different comments, we have plenty of users that have lovely things to say about it. And you can see people highly recommend it. They love it. A lot of love there, apparently. Great experience, things like that. So again, at VRS, we value each and every one of these things. And again, a lot of love is being shared. We have great people that are in our corner, and you can see some of these names. Many of them, or all of them, use our gear. And you can go and see their streams, view their content, and see many of these are pro drivers that just want to get out and be fast on track. And the goal to be fast on track is to have good sim equipment at home. So let's take a look at some hardware. First and foremost, today, anybody that's here save 15% by scanning this QR. I'm pretty sure anybody who's watching this will now have that QR and save themselves some money on gear. So we do believe if you want to get some great gear, go ahead and visit the website, scan it today, and get yourself delivered right to your house. Here we have our DFP20, or in other words, our now upgradable DFP20. What that simply means by upgradable, and I know we're going to explain some of this, is that you can upgrade in tiers, and we'll talk about that in a second. Next, we have our VRS pedals, and you can see by the discounted price. These are pedals that anybody who's reviewed them absolutely loves them. I would say if you get a chance, come over to the booth. You can absolutely try them. We think you'll love them too. We think by the time you leave here, you'll consider them some of the best pedals you've ever used. And I will definitely enjoy if you took that challenge. Next, this is the upgradable DFP20 that I mentioned. And by upgradable, here's what VRS believes is valuable to you. I don't know about many of you, but I've had 6 independent wheelbases over the last few years. Anybody who's bought a wheelbase and wants to upgrade knows trying to sell one of them is absolutely annoying because you're going to take a loss every single time you sell the next one. With the upgradable DFP20, that means you can start out at 6 and move your way all the way up to 20 by simply purchasing an unlock code from us. And we don't limit anything. We just limit the torque. You get all of the slew rate, all the things you actually matter, but you can upgrade as you go. So say you buy it at 6 and you say 6 is perfect for me. You buy 6, you're done. You never have to do anything again. It's not a subscription model, so once you pay, it's yours. We don't lock it. If you do something else or sell it, it's yours. Same with the 12, 15, and 20, and you can unlock it as you go. You can stop at 12, be done, and never have to get another wheelbase along the way. This is our brand new DFP15. The great thing about the DFP15 is it's very compact. Anybody who's used the VRS DFP20 knows it comes with a controller. Many of you don't like the controller, so we've made a compact 15 Newton meter version. The great thing about this, we actually have Revision B. What Revision B simply means is now it's going to put out 2.5 amps of power. Many of you may have other steering wheels that have fancy lights and Vocor screens and all kinds of additional buttons and can do all these different features. But our first version, we realized, didn't have enough power to power some of the high-end wheels. You could still power it, but you had to run it at 20, 30%. Now these will supply 2.5 amps, and I can tell you after all of my testing with all of my wheels, it works absolutely fine. So the great thing is, again, we do believe in bringing revisions where it's wanted. We have our VRS R295, and we will have updates to that as well. The wheel has all the LED features that you like. It comes with an ATSR Evo profile. We've got really nice updates. It's completely wireless. You connect it, you drive, you go. We believe, again, in bringing simplicity at a price that's affordable, and at $297, I think it's a great price for a 300 millimeter wheel, or 295 millimeter wheel, as my buddy Pash shakes his head. But again, we think that wheel is great, and now we've partnered with Asher Ultimate Wheel with our branding. The goal is to bring them here to the States. We know many of you guys on YouTube and on social media ask us all the time. The goal will be to bring it so that also you can purchase it in the US market. We do believe it's a great partnership. We love it as a wheel. We're happy to work with Asher, so we do think bringing their gear and equipment to us. And then we have a few bundles that, again, if you went onto the website today, you can see the difference in pricing that you could save with getting some of these bundles to bring and provide great value to each and every one of you out there. I can tell you that if you tried any of them, I think you'll absolutely love it. Again, all of it can be tested at our booth right over here in the corner. And I think once you get on the booth and into our rigs, you'll absolutely enjoy every bit of it. From our new next-gen force feedback, everything feels absolutely crisp with practically zero latency, which is exactly what a sim racer wants. And this is our current lineup of QRs. We will have some additions to this as well, but you can actually run our DFP20 if you have your own QR. You want to buy the hub, you bring it yourself, you go and drive. If you want to use our data and power wirelessly, we have leaned into this technology because it's very simple, it's very basic, everybody understands it. We're not going to create something new that you have to shift and change everything. You just bring your wheel to the party and you're good to go. Lastly, if you go to our booth, you can actually scan this QR code to win it, and you can enter into a hot lap challenge. Drive, be fast, the fastest driver can win a wheel. And we think that once you get it in your hands, you'll actually want to win it. So I do believe that. Next, I'm going to hand the clicker over to my buddy Alex so he can talk about everything virtual and coaching.
Hello guys, good to see you all here. A lot of people that I've spoke to already this weekend, so thanks very much for turning out for this. And yeah, so let's talk about VRS and our virtual racing tools, how we help you get faster. First off, I want to start off by saying we've got a 30-day trial. Please scan that QR code. You can get signed up straight away, and you can get enrolled onto the system, try everything that I'm about to sort of share today. And yeah, it's, there's no term. You can cancel at any point. So we're confident in what we do, so that's why we offer this trial. So let's just talk a little bit about our Academy service and what we do. We try to set it up so that it helps everyone from every ability. So whether you're an absolute brand new beginner or you're a seasoned professional. So, and we like to sort of go through a process that you're going to follow every week on iRacing. And first off, if you're a beginner, what we want to put out there and what a lot of services don't offer is just a basic tutorial of the track. Like here, this is how our pros drive the circuit, give you some real good starting points to follow, all the braking points, just to really break down a circuit for you so you know what you're getting into kind of each week. Once you've done that, we've got a great little handy tool or a website that will automatically download the setup straight to your PC. So you don't need to go onto our website, hunt through countless different sort of data pack that we do. You can just run our VRS 1 app. It will download the combination that you're sat in the car. So straight into your iRacing folder, bang, load it into the car. You'll have exactly the same set that our coach has provided for you as well. Super simple. Next step for that is to get out there, get on that circuit, do some driving, have some practice, have some fun, see what that car feels like, see how the setup handles, just try and push yourself, generally, you know, improve. Get to a point where you feel like, okay, I'm hitting a bit of a plateau, what do I kind of do next? And this is where VRS really stands on its own, is we have a really good sort of telemetry service that's kind of baked into our platform. It's core to us. It's what we delivered from day one of the service, way back in sort of 2016 when we launched. So telemetry can be a little bit intimidating to those that haven't got it. So we have multiple versions of it. So we have like a basic mode, which is just kind of what you need to sort of understand, to try and find some lap times. And yeah, we're looking at braking points, speeds, corner exit, gears, amount of steering rotation, those types of things. But yeah, that will help you find some time really, really quickly. Then we have like an advanced telemetry as well, where it really goes into in-depth knowledge. And I probably think this is a little bit more tailored for perhaps inter-team fighting, trying to push yourself when you're going for sort of like a special event or something like that. And you want to compare yourself against your teammates as well. So that's something that you can do. So it's not just our coaches' data that you can compare. All of your teammates can be in the service. You'll have access to everything that your teammates are doing. So any revisions to any setups, whether it's a VRS setup that you've downloaded and tweaked, or whether or not it's your team setup that they're tweaking and constantly improving, that'll be available for you on our service to download. It's secure, it's private. We don't have access to sort of share it or distribute it or anything like that. So, and a lot of teams, and I mean a lot of teams, really do use this as kind of a foundation to kind of share information within teams. Really, then what we're doing is each week, it's a repeating cycle. So round and around we go again. We've got that 12-week season with iRacing. Every week, you just start at the same point again. Watch those tutorials, download those setups, learn, improve. Next season, take what you've learned from the season before. You just get this natural progression where you just get faster and faster and faster. I'm always a fan of saying, if you really want to get really quick with a car or a service or a series, you kind of stick with that for a couple of seasons. That repeat through a second season, you'll really notice the improvements. Like the second time you visit a circuit, you'll hit that running because you'll have learned everything from the previous season. One thing that we do, obviously, we've got the free trial that you can do. That was for our sort of dedicated and competitive packs as well. But you can always try VRS for free. We have a free service that you can use, which is sort of designed for like rookies. So it's like a free data pack that you can subscribe to. Now, 8 months ago, I stood on the stage in Germany. The team didn't know it, but I told you that we were going to bring Le Mans Ultimate to VRS. I threw a gauntlet down. They gave me a lot of grief when I got back, but I wanted to make sure it happened. It has happened. It's available right now. You can run our software, our VRS 1 app, and it will capture your LMU data. You can compare it against your teammates. Very, very soon, I don't have a date, we're going to have a fully fledged coaching service and Data Pack Academy service available. So we're talking to a lot of coaches at the moment. Any LMU coaches out there that are interested in perhaps providing the services to us, you can reach out to me. I will have a talk, and we will see if we can onboard you. We're trying to build the team. We want a really good, high-quality team, exactly like we have on iRacing, to deliver those excellent data packs that you're accustomed to. Now, I think the team wanted to get a one-up on me this year, so I didn't ask for this, but they delivered it. So something new. So it's in beta at the moment, and yeah, I'm pretty gobsmacked. I'm happy, really happy. So F1 has been a bit of a passion for mine. I started sim racing F1 2010. So for the guys to actually have delivered on F1 is just an awesome product. We want to do multiple sims, and I'm really happy that they have done probably what could be one of the entries into many people's sim racing journey is the F1 games as well. So we hope it's going to be fully up and running for when the new DLC launches. We're talking to the guys now. We're working with them. It's working on the previous version. And yeah, there's a little few refinements that we're going to do, and we're going to deliver that to you guys as well. So end of this year, absolutely, we're going to have this delivered for you guys. I talked a little bit earlier on about VRS 1, and I just want to sort of touch a little bit more about that. So automatic downloads is just one part of what VRS 1 does. So it's also our one platform for everything that we do now. So it also has all the data can be uploaded to our services, but it also enables all the hardware functionality too. So we've taken two separate applications. So for our hardware config tool to our data pack service tool for all the uploading, we've combined it together, made it in one simple solution, less pieces of software that need to run. Very quickly talk about coaching services as well. You can book any one of our coaches for a one-to-one session. We have over 25. They're not just from VRS or VRS coaches. Some of our partner teams as well, you can also pick them, choose them, and those coaches will be happy to sit you down and have a one-to-one session. The feedback that we've gotten, over 93% of people are saying they're seeing physical improvements in lap time. We'd like that to be higher. We're going to work to try and get that higher, but I think you all agree that that is a pretty good return. So, who's coaching for? It's not always for the beginners as well. Yes, absolutely. If you are new to sim, we can really help. And sometimes it's like fundamentals that we can help you with as well. Even here, we talk about maybe like racing lines and things like that, but I think even before that, we can help you with like making sure that maybe your iRacing is set up correctly, and that your pedals are configured correctly, and things like that as well. But all the way through, beginner, advanced, professional. We believe our pro coaches are there to kind of help you guys. No matter what questions you have, you can book them and spend some time just to try and refine everything you've got, whether it's just on-track performance or your actual sort of sim hardware. So coaching starts from $29.99, which I think is a very affordable price as well. So yeah, please take up the opportunity to speak to some of our coaches and get that booked. I'm going to hand this back over to Ray for the announcements.
I mean, everybody likes announcements. Everybody likes something new. What's going on at VRS? We see it in the Discords every single day. I see it in the wish list that people have created that I've created on Discord. You guys ask about a lot of different things, and we hope by sharing some of these announcements, you'll absolutely love what you see. So first, many people have asked, what are we doing, right? Pedals. You guys have asked about pedals. As you can see by this image here, these are our brand new V2 pedals, and we hope to have them out to you soon. But I think instead of just seeing a photo, you probably would rather see them in person. So you can all get up right now and go to our, well, wait, that probably doesn't work. Can you bring out the pedals? Here we have our brand new V2 pedals. Now, I don't know about you, if you've seen our V1, I think the V2 look extra sharp. They have all the things that many of you have asked for. At VRS, we pride every bit of feedback from every one of you. And when I say painstakingly, we go through Discord and say, okay, they want this, they want that, they want this, they want that. We go through and we make sure we hit every bit of your feedback. You've asked for dampers, we made them better. Enhanced it on the V2s. You asked for pedal plates for a guy like me who likes to wear socks. This won't eat up your socks. You asked for a better look, a pedal tray. You've asked for a heel plate. All of the things you've asked for. You want dampers? We've got dampers. You want a bracket? We've got it all. And the great thing about these pedals, they don't just work for these. Many of these additional accessories you see on here are backwards compatible. We're not going to leave the V1 people out in the cold because I don't think that's right. The idea is to make sure that each and every person who has the V1 knows they'll be supported with V2. So that means the dampers, the haptics, the control box, everything that you see on here, these things are backwards compatible. So if you have V1 and you really don't want to upgrade to V2, you want the haptics, get the haptics. You want the dampers, get the dampers. You want the pedal tray, get the pedal tray and the heel plate, and you're perfectly fine. We think when you guys get your chance to try them, you'll absolutely love it. When can you try it? Today, at our booth. Right now, we have these on trial. You can go and test it and see if you like them for yourself. I think you'll like it. I'm ready for them to come out now, but our coaches, our team, they're very nitpicky on everything. And they want them to be absolutely perfect. So an esports guy, if they're good for them, I think me at 2K, I'll be good. So we think once you get them in your hands with the haptics and all the accessories, we think you'll absolutely love it. Many of you ask me all the time, hey, like you got the QR, what's going on? As you know, we upgraded the QR to USB-C to make it easier for data power transfer. We've got the QRs out. The goal is to bring the new QR70, which will make life a little bit easier. I was hoping to demonstrate some new things to you in our new round wheel, and I can tell you we've been prototyping. It's really nice. Hopefully soon I'll get to share more for you. Hopefully you guys would be, hopefully in Dortmund or Frankfurt, you come out, we'll share some more. But the QR70, for people like myself, I have a ton of wheels. Having the QR70 on there is absolutely perfect. It just makes life easy. And again, it's a USB-C connection. You simply take your wheel, connect it. We include cables for our wheels, or you can just get a separate cable, connect it to your wheel. And most manufacturers now are providing them. So you can simply connect it and you're good to go. We will have the new extension. Everybody's been asking like, hey, like when am I gonna be able to add a shaft extension onto my wheelbase? I can tell you, again, we've been testing it. It has to be perfect before we bring everything or anything to the market, just like the V2 pedals. And you can see some of the samples again over on our, at our station. You can see them out there sitting right on the tables. So again, I think you'll absolutely like it. And this is the shaft extension. It'll come with everything you're gonna need. I can tell you it's rock solid, but we're perfectionists at VRS, and we're not gonna bring something to you unless it provides absolute value for each and every one of you. But you will also be able to run third party. So if you don't like our shaft extension and you need something ridiculous, Yes, you can buy your own and attach it to ours, but we think our solution will be absolutely perfect. So again, we think you'll enjoy that. Again, I wanted to give a mention to Bobby, and I'm going to give this back to Alex to talk more about it, because Bobby had a really cool accomplishment, and I want you to share.
Yeah, well, really happy to sort of improve the academy side of things as well. One thing we looked at was how can we take the coaching to the next level, and that was to have further enhancements to the personalization to the service that we do. So we've looked at what do people need from the data pack, and we think it's a more personalized service, a more interactive service. So by that I mean everything changes throughout the week. So you'll jump in, weather conditions are pretty unknown, we're taking a bit of a guess as to what they're going to be, and we try and dial our data packs into something that's pretty good. But with Team NASCAR, we are basically having live updates throughout the week. You can have a direct access to Bobby Zelensky, who's the lead coach for this service, and he is giving you in-person updates throughout the week as well. So really is like a proper team as opposed to a service. He is there to answer any questions. He will run practice sessions with you. He will teach you how to do your qualifying runs, how to prep your tires for it, what race strategies are working through the week, what are not working, and it just gives you that extra service that you would get from your teammates as well. And this is kind of what we've delivered with Bobby and Team VRS NASCAR as well. I just want to add one little thing about Bobby. Maybe you don't know, but obviously the opening round of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola Series was just this week, and yeah, Bobby smashed it out of the park by winning the opening round of that series as well. So current championship leader. Did it with this very set of pedals as well. So those are literally, we stole them from Bobby's rig so that we could get them here this week. And yeah, bless him, he had to stuff them in his suitcase. I think the customs stripped it all out, wanted to have a check, see what it was all. Thankfully, it's all still here and made it here. But yeah, what a great result for Bobby. Yeah, he's going to be your new team lead for the Team VRS NASCAR service. Thank you.
I know you're clapping, but I have one last thing I have to say before we get to the end, and I'm going to say thank you. But that's not the last thing I want to say. And I was going to say questions and answers, but that's still not the last thing I'm going to say. Many of you guys have asked, like, what are we going to do next, right? We have the DFP 15, we have the DFP 20, we have the upgradable DFP 20. And I hear this a lot. I hate the control box on the DFP 20. I get this wheelbase and I got to take this massive thing with these long cables and I got to attach it somewhere. Some people sit on the floor. Some people 3D print like me, some bracket to put on the side of my rig. Some people just chuck it out the window and get the DFP 15. So I get to share. We didn't put a slide in, but I told Alex I was going to say something whether he liked it or not. We are going to bring an upgradable wheelbase to you all. The goal is going to be a DFP 25. What that simply means is you get all of the great next-gen force feedback that you get now. That also means we want to work on bringing you telemetry force feedback. Everybody asks about it. Everybody wants it. But we don't bring anything out half-baked. Telemetry force feedback brings latency. We don't like latency. Our coaches don't like latency. Alex hates latency. He says it all the time. So we want to make sure if we bring anything to you, it's going to be absolutely perfect. So the goal for us, hopefully soon I get to share more about it, is we will have a high-end wheelbase, no control box, pass-through power, 2.5 amps, clean design, front mount, bottom mount, all the things you guys have been asking for in a nice clean package. So that you can run next gen for you guys who like to run 20 Newton meters all the time. I have no idea why you do it, but my heart goes out to you. I'm not strong enough apparently I don't eat my Wheaties apparently. But we will bring out more about that and I can't wait to share more about it. So with that being said, any questions that anybody has while we're here? Speak now, forever hold your peace. No. So if you were to go from 6 to 9 Newton meters, you just pay the difference. So you can start at any level. Most people start at 9, but you can start at 6, you can start at 12. You can just buy it outright and get the 20 Newton meter wheelbase. But again, we believe it's an easier way to get people into sim racing. I don't know about you, but having a direct drive wheelbase will change the world when you come from a belt-driven wheelbase. You have a Logitech G whatever, you're like, oh my God, you get anything, you're just happy. But we want to make it easy so that you don't have to buy and sell and buy and sell and buy and sell. I went from a CSL Elite to CSW2, well, Logitech first. CSL Elite, CSW 2.5, CSL DD. Then I went to a Moza R9. Then I bought the DFP 20 outright. And I was like, man, this sucks. What if I just bought one and said, oh, 6 is cool? And then my brother comes over and says, hey, you should try 9. Okay, I'll try 9. It's $50 more. I get paid, you know, I don't buy food that week, whatever, and then I upgrade. And then I do the same thing the next week and the next week. And maybe I stay at 15 and I never upgrade, but I'm an American, so I get all 20, right? And I get all 20, I don't need it, and I drive and I'm good, right? And that's why we think it's valuable, because you buy one, and we believe, like our VRS one app to rule the world, same way thing with the upgradable wheelbase. One wheelbase, endless possibilities, and you're good to go.
Anything else?
Awesome, thanks for the question.
LMU. Yeah, you can use it now. You run the sim, open the app, it will capture it. You'll see it on the website. Say again? Okay. We should be ready. We'll talk off stage and we'll make sure it's configured correctly so it's capturing. But yeah, we'll get you in the Discord server. We'll just chat with Pash and the guys. So. Okay, fine. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. We appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much, Alex and Ray, VRS, for all the information, all the announcements. That was that for the content of today, but we're gonna be back to wrap it up and give you some sneak peek of tomorrow's racing day, so it's gonna be exciting after just a few ads.
World of digital chaos, speed is a commodity, but discipline is a choice. The path is narrow. Thousands will enter the Rise Challenge. Only 100 will survive the first cut. No technical games, no hidden fees, just pure racing. Honor is not given, it is forged. Will you stand apart? Rise among the 25. Register today. Tradition overnight. You earn it.
The Coca-Cola 600's underway.
This is a crown jewel race. It's a 600-mile salute to those who have made the ultimate sacrifice.
It's do what we love because of the sacrifices that were made by our military heroes.
If you win this one, you'll carry it with you forever.
It's NASCAR's toughest test of man and machine.
It's the Coca-Cola 600, an American tradition.
Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the SimRacing Expo, fueled by D-Box.
Yay! Hi, everybody. Are you doing good?
Wait, what a day. Day 2 in the books, done and dusted. No breaks at all as well. Like, it's been back-to-back. Normally with a SimRacing Expo, we have half an hour off. Half an hour content, half an hour off. Today, not so much. It's been absolutely bananas.
Yeah, absolutely packed, but packed with wonderful stuff, actually. It was very, very exciting for me and for you as well, I guess, and hopefully for you.
Yeah, we're not going to keep it too much longer, don't worry about that. So let's talk about tomorrow then. So we've got some racing action coming up. It's Championship Sunday, ladies and gentlemen.
All about racing. Shall I go through the schedule?
You crack on.
10:30, Inter-Community Showcase race powered by AMS. It's going to be nice, I guess.
Yeah, we have got American Muscle Series Racing against High Velocity Racing League and Operation Motorsport, all represented. There are trophies on the line, and it is going to be in Mustangs around Watkins Glen.
And they got to be quick because we have at 12 o'clock the next race, eNASCAR Collegiate Tour race.
Yeah, well, so they've had a qualifying process with all of the colleges and universities in America, and we are going to have an unbelievable grid taking part in the trucks at Charlotte for what will be, you'll see it on stage tomorrow, an amazing trophy.
And then at 1:30, we're going to head into Podium 1 GT3 show race.
Yep, we will have some GT3 action at Daytona for you, and there's some amazing prizes on offer there. And also, the drivers who complete the race will go into a raffle to win themselves a VPG wheel, 2 of them.
Yeah. 3, Race Room Super Tourer show race. That's the last one for the day, actually, right?
Yeah, my favorite ever genre of car in the 90s, the Super Tourers. It's very much a European-based thing. We're bringing it over to the United States of America. So the final race tomorrow will be on Race Room. We will see the top split, the top guys on Race Room duking it out. In the Super Tourers around Hockenheimring.
Yeah, beautiful. So SimRacing Expo is all about racing, starting tomorrow at 10:30.
Absolutely. We've got a lot of thank yous to do, of course, the City of Charlotte. We've got to thank eNASCAR, Acertech. We've got D-Box, of course, to thank, amongst many, many others. But that is day 2 in the books. We'll be back with you tomorrow, again, 11 a.m. for day 3.
See you then.